Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to Vienna at BUC here in the office of BUC. My name is Klaus Hoffmann. I'm from the ITSM GmbH from Germany, and I'd like to welcome to our final conference of in the Danube Region. I think we have a very interesting topic today. We will show you several project results regarding IT service management, and I think we're living in very interesting times today. Digital transformation is a big word. We have cloud computing, we have Internet of Things, we have a lot of innovation potential for small and medium-sized companies, and I think our project can deliver maybe some innovation aspects for small and medium-sized companies to get better and to bring innovation to customers. So we have a very high-level speaker list, and I'm happy to welcome first Mr. Franz Bayer from BUC. He's our host, and he's the managing director of BUC, and he is very experienced in business management and business and IT alignment. And I'm happy that we're here at your office, and yes, I'm happy that you speak some welcome words to us. So the floor. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for the nice introduction. And yeah, my name is Franz Bayer. I'm a board member of BUC Group, and yeah, today it's really a great pleasure to welcome you here at our BUC premises in Vienna. And yeah, we're very glad that we can host this conference. Maybe just a few words about the results of the project, because it's quite interesting also to be part of such a project, because I think still many SME decision makers, they still think that IT management, and especially methods like tools and best practices such as IT service management, they are still only for the big and global companies to organize internally their business. But on the contrary, currently small and medium-sized enterprises, they have to organize and integrate themselves in supply chains, in global supply chains. Also, they have to align their hiring, training activities for people so that they can really use already known requirements and skill models to integrate also those things in the company. And with all these activities, standards like IT service management or other standards, they really help a lot also the small and medium-sized enterprises. And we see it really day by day in all of our consulting business projects. But also from a tool vendor perspective, and you will find some information about our company in this leaflet in your pockets. We are also a tool vendor, and we have around about 37,000 installations of our tool worldwide with about 1,000 clients. And we are also a small and medium-sized enterprise with about 190 people. And we also have to align our processes like our incident management processes to deal with small and big clients. And the good thing with those standards currently is that you really can match all your contact people, all your procedures to really serve and offer your IT services from the provisioning part, from the delivery part, really to the after sales and service part with all of these companies. It was really a great experience also to implement these processes in our company. And I hope this conference is not only a closing conference and to present the results, but it's really a stepping stone forward into the future. Yeah, and to prepare the next project, the next results, the next activities in this domain. I wish you all the best for this conference. Enjoy the conference, and again, very welcome to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. management for SME was a project that was founded by the European Commission, and so we are very happy that we have Ms. Isabel Bonner with us today. She is head of the Erasmus Plus team from our German National Agency for Education in Europe, the Federal Institute for that. And we were very happy that we got the funding. I think it's for small, medium-sized companies not always easy to get an innovation project and to get new ideas. And so it was very valuable for us to get the support from the Commission. And I think now the new programs, Erasmus Plus, are there, and maybe there's an opportunity maybe for further projects. I think there are a lot of actual topics, and I'm happy to now introduce Ms. Bonner and the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. I will first. I would like to say welcome to all the partners of the project from Romania, Slovenia, I think, and Bulgaria, yes, and Austria. Sorry, Austria naturally, and the German persons naturally. I'm very happy to be here today to hear the results of this project. And in this wonderful town, city, in Vienna, it's always a very nice thing to come to you. So, you must excuse my English with a very French accent, but I hope you will understand me. I speak about the program Lifelong Learning first, and after I come to Erasmus Plus. This is a continuation anyway. From 2007 until today, the national agencies supported a total number of 212 transfer of innovation projects, and ITSM for SMEs is one of them. The ENA has funded, the national agency has funded it 2 years ago. So it's the ENA of the project. And the lifelong learning program was designed to enable people at any stage of their lives to take part in stimulating learning experiences. I think this is the case in your project too, as well as developing education and training across Europe. To learn from the other ones, this is a main topic in the European programs. These types of projects also aim at improving the quality and attractiveness of vocational education and training, I will say that now, in the participating countries. The activities of the program Lifelong Learning, you know this probably, continue under the new program Erasmus Plus. The program funds development or innovation or end innovation in the field of VET, and also in adult education. It is supporting new curricula, new training concepts, conferences, and the so-called mobility of learners and of staff. This is a little not the same as a new project, but it's in fact a continuation. And you can work, okay. Our role is to give funding to projects responding to the priorities at the European level, but our other priorities is on the national level, because it's important that you can implement it in the countries. So we have in Germany, you know, Industry 4.0 from Mr. Merkel, and so I think it's a good issue for at the national level in Germany too, for the German colleagues now. And our role is also to spread the results and make them visible This is the reason because I'm here also, because I want to see what did you do to learn something, and perhaps to spread it if I can, but if you can too, the next time. The priorities of Erasmus Plus 2016 are what is learning, citizenship. It's a quite new one because of the Riga conclusions at the Charlie Hebdo in Paris. So citizenship has a very new is a very new issue. New skills for new jobs. It's your issue, with a focus on the green and white qualifications, but also on ICT and the digital world of work. It's digital learning, digital integration, and new digital inclusion. This is a chance also for the inclusion for the refugees. Perhaps I think this is the priorities these years. And naturally, entrepreneurship is the next. Just on the just the most important one. Naturally, to have transparency and all the things we had before. But for you, I think there are the priorities you can perhaps use. What did the national agency fund the project 2 years ago? Digital transformation and Industry 4.0 in SMEs. Actually, 3 years ago, and Industry 4.0 were not quite in the middle of the project, but now we recognize that it is a very interesting project. The technological and digital evolution lead to a deep change of requirements regarding competencies. The increasing digitalization of our professional and personal lives involves the acquisitions of new skills and a different relationship to knowledge. This is very important. I was pleased to accept your invitation because IT is a key component in the challenges in the digitization of the working world. As a target group in the project is a very good one. So for the next project, please, the same, because the SMEs must be integrated and support the new structures and models we have in the big industry, but they have to be integrated. And so it's a very good idea to work with the SMEs because we don't have enough in the program of these projects. Second, the project responding to the priority encouragement of cooperation between West and the world of work. Yes. This also is a priority in the new program Erasmus Plus. And in the program, no, you had it in the old program. I would like to mention some other reasons for funding the project. It's an IT-based innovation, very important, and the InnoTrain IT experiences from the former project was naturally a good background for the concrete implementation of trainings in the project ITSM4SME. And also because the project includes SMEs in the development of the results, not just at the end, but in the development. I hope that's the case. The focus on management, which is playing a key role in the successful implementation of the digital transformation in SMEs, was a very good thing, because without the management, you can forget it. Also because the enlargement of competencies of the IT staff. There are not enough now, and this is also a point in the project we found very good. Last but not least, the project is implemented in the context of the EU strategy in the Danube Region. This is a very good anchor concerning the successful dissemination of the results, because all the stakeholders are working together from the beginning. And so this is very crucial for the strategy of the region too, and of the projects. I don't know exactly how to explain it today. I just say now why we funded the projects. 2 years after the beginning of the project, we now have Industry 4.0 and Work 4.0, depending on the viewpoint. This is not also the industry, but also the working, how we work in the future. For the web sector, it's crucial to be aware of which qualifications are really needed in SME concerning the digital transformation. It's it's our interest to know more about that. On the 21st of September, we have, for example, a conference addressing this issue in Berlin with experts from the BIP participating. You have, I think you have a small paper on the desks about this, or outside. And we will discuss there with you also. We will discuss there what are the qualifications and what can we do for that. I'm very excited today to hear about the experiences of the European partners with the introduction of IT management systems in their countries. What happens there? What can we learn from your experience? It's very important for us. I'm very excited to discover the added value for that in Europe and the contribution to the development of the necessary qualifications for the challenges in the digital society. I'm very excited to learn how the project's results will be used after the end of the funding period, actually. I do hope they can be used not only in the Danube region, but also in other regions for other target groups, I spoke about it before, and sectors in Europe. But last but not least, to hear how the results are implemented in the vocational systems in the partner countries. So, I wish you a very inspiring conference. Let's talk now about ITSM4SME. It's a very complicated name. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, I think we have the opportunity to think about new projects as well, and Ms. Bonner will stay with us the whole day. So if you have an idea or a question,
please ask.
Can you directly. So I think everybody now thinks about what was IT solution technology, what are the basic results of the project, and now we have a presentation with all partners, project parties, and we will show you the results, our ideas, why do we do this project, and what are the results. And so first, I'd like to introduce Mr. Professor Hertwig. He was professor at California University, and he moved to Oregon University, and he's very experienced in IT service management topics, and he will first give an overview of our project, and I think our project partners have a special part, and so I think they should get ready to the stage so that we can move and go on.
Thank you very much, Klaus, for the moderation. I have the task now to speak about so the IT services around. Go ahead. Yes. Okay, now it's fine. So thank you very much. So I have the task today to speak about the philosophy of IT service management, something Professor can do. If it gets too confusing, please let me know. But I hope I can transfer the basics about the question, what is IT service management? And first I want to start with the project itself. It was a project in the lifelong learning program of the EU. And it has a project budget of 400,000 euros, well, 300,000 from the co-funded. And the partners were coming from 5 different countries and around the Danube region and Central Europe. And we want to transfer, that was the idea, the results from a research and innovation and regional project from the indirect regional program into 3 new countries, Bulgaria, Romania, and Slovenia. And the idea was to bring the essentials of the methods and the training experience we did into a standard that's really transferable on vocational training level in these countries. And that was a bit the main task of the project. And from the philosophy, IT service management or service philosophy itself, I think it's very well spoken in the spoken word from Theodor Levitt, who said, okay, people do not want to buy quarter-inch drills, they want at the end quarter-inch holes. And I think that brings the philosophy closer to the people. So it's not a thing that you want to own, a tool you want to own, or you want to work with the results. That's a bit the basic idea in service philosophy. And in IT service management, if you want to transfer this philosophy, we can say IT service management helps companies and SMEs to structure their own IT, and it ensures the adaptation of IT to the needs of customers. So customer focus and customer orientation. It's a very strong issue in service philosophy. And IT service management, therefore, is not a tool or product. It's only to the needs of the business, and how get I a transparency about my IT, my technical infrastructure, and how can I influence my technical infrastructure to support my business in an optimal way. But it's not very, or it was not very simple before ITSM4SME, before InnoTraining to do that, because we had existing big frameworks for global companies, and they were not so easy to interpret. So the main thing was also to make these methods very simple, so that they are adaptable for SMEs. And we're starting at the situation, and it's still in a lot of SMEs today the case, where you can see that you have a business side, and they think very business oriented, and for them, most of the time, IT is only a cost factor. Yeah, they don't know what they do in the keller. They cost money, and it works more or less well over the time. And on the other hand, you have this IT guy sitting in the keller, and he's thinking in infrastructure and beautiful computers, and but he's not really probably very enlightened to the point what can he deliver to the business. So what is missing is a kind of common language between these both departments and sectors. And what we want to do with ITSM4SME was to find a common communication base where business and IT can speak with each other about technology as an enabler for business from the business side, and also as technology which is able to deliver innovations to the business side, so they have a common vocabulary. This was missing in the past. And the basic approach of IT service management was really to find a common communication level between these both areas in business. And then we did, at the beginning of InnoTrain IT, a survey around 7 countries in Europe, and we found out that SMEs that are already using IT service management are able to administer up to 20% more IT work releases, so they were much more efficient. That they are able to optimize their business processes 5 times more often than SMEs who didn't use ITSM. And at the end, which is very interesting topic at the moment, if we talk about digital transformation, they were even 250% more innovative if they use IT service management, because they knew exactly what they can do with their IT. That's a totally different situation to SMEs who are not aware about these technologies and methods. So if you say, okay, you have such a nice world, if you use IT service management, you're more efficient, you're more creative and more innovative. Why does not more SME using this approach? And that was more or less the focused question we had at the beginning of our projects. And then we found out that there are still a lot of barriers. So missing awareness about the potential of IT service management, a lack of knowledge and know-how in SMEs, but on the other hand also an overload of the IT stuff because they were not very efficient. They have to do much and then they have no time for innovation. It's all the time the same thing. And on the other hand, the existing frameworks were too complex and too big for SMEs to cope with. Okay, the existing frameworks like COBIT or ITIL or MOF are really big frameworks. ITIL, for example, there are more than 9 books and something about 5,000 pages. Benno, you're a bit more familiar with? Yeah, a lot of pages. So it would be surely not an approach for an SME to read all these books to go through. And so we have to find another method that makes the linkage between the needs of SME and the existing methods. And this was then the InnoTrain IT and ITSM for SME training concept that has 2 major tasks: to bring awareness to SME about the value of IT service management, and also to bring them tools to simplify their IT in the SMEs, to structure it, make it a bit more simple, and have a transparent view on their own IT, but without losing at the end the linkage to these big frameworks. So if somebody wants to make a mastership in one or the other method, and InnoTrain IT was not enough, he had the opportunity, for example, to go into the original framework and to get an index and a link. So it was at the beginning the idea to bring them the philosophy closer, to show them the very low-hanging fruits and good opportunities of IT service management. And if one or the other companies wants to go deeper, they still have the linkage. That was the idea to the official frameworks. And therefore we had the major goals in ITSM4SME to bring awareness about IT service management in SMEs. We trained more than 240 participants in 30 trainings in Bulgaria, Slovenia, and Romania. And we operate a continuous exchange of knowledge and experience in that regions. And we support innovation, employment, and competitiveness in these regions too. And the main activities of the project were expert workshops. We did to identify the regional transfer and qualification requirements. We did an adaptation of the InnoTrain IT ITSM methods to the regions there and to the regional requirements. They have to be customized to the regional requirements. We also customized the training materials to the regions, bringing it in their home language, make it feasible for the SMEs there. And we developed the ITSM modeling tools and training platform so that we have also a technical artifact to work with, because then a lot of the philosophy get into daily work and daily life, and it's easy for you to learn on these platforms. Because like I said before, SMEs are not all the time in the situation that they can read 5,000 pages. But if they have a beautiful e-learning environment with feedback, and they can use this environment whenever they have time for learning, it's a total different and more flexible approach that fits to SMEs. And then we offer free ITSM training courses in these regions, and we valorize the project results along the Danube region and the European Union. These were the main activities we did in the project. And if you look forward now, I think these activities were very valuable because we are standing at the moment, I think, close to a revolution which is comparable to the introduction of the internet itself. I will state at the moment that in 5 years' time, nearly every component in manufacturing and a lot of objects in real life will have its own IP address. So they are linked to the internet, and these IoT approaches will be really a revolution in the next years. But managing this transformation, you need methods for how to do it. And to give this method in a good shape to SMEs, and this could be not the same methods like you give to global companies. Give them in a good shape will be a question of survival in the future for SMEs. So therefore, I think with the innovation methods we developed in ITSM4SME, we set a kind of starting point for further methods that have to be developed to cope with the new situation in the digital transformation age, where we have an IP address in nearly every object in the real world. And therefore, I think there are a lot of chances if we go further that way. And the challenge is to bring this transformation method in a format and in a shape that an SME can really use it to evolve and to its own innovation potentials. And that's the point where I want to close with the introduction. So I think we can see from the beginning on, we started a bit more with efficiency questions in IT service management. We also had innovation methods in both projects. But what I want to say is in future, we have really to focus on these innovation methods because nearly every month new technologies arises, and it will be a hard thing for SME to cope with this situation in the future. And therefore, we have to go further in the direction of innovation methods for SME. And that's our ideas we are talking about at the moment to go on further project for. And I want to stop at that point. Thank you very much for your attention. And Klaus, I will need Arne to finish.
Good morning also from my side. My name is Philipp Schröder. I was project lead in the last 2 years of this project. And I'd like to start again with this slide you have already seen. It's the main concept of our project. Say, okay, we have awareness, we have simplification. And I took the easier part. I took simplification. I will hand over later on to Klaus Hoffmann, which is the awareness part. So let's start with the simplification part. Some seconds ago, we heard about the complexity of existing frameworks. So ITIL was mentioned, COVID. I have an example here. It's the current version of ITIL. We have different books. Different books means a lot of amount of information, of materials which could be used. Which means also a huge amount of things I have to read to understand it. I was in Budapest some years ago, and we presented a similar thing, and it was an IT service management forum. ITSMF is the community around ITIL, and I asked him around who has read all the pages. There was nobody, never one person. There have been thousands of ITIL. They've written books of it, and nobody has read complete compendium. It's not feasible to do this. And if you go to a big enterprise, you have an IT department with 10, 15, 20, 100 people. If you go to an SME, you have 1, 2, 3. So there's a different capacity to make service management, to make IT happen. Therefore, we need different approaches. And therefore, we started in 2010 with Innotrain IT. Innotrain IT was a former project together with 12 partners in 6 countries. And classical research, we started with literature. We looked what was it around. We found all the things we made based on the existing literature. We made a systematization. And no wonder, many things in COVID, in MOF, in ITIL are not so different. There are some different perspectives, so COVID is a little bit more strategic, ITIL is a little bit more operations, but there are many overlaps. And we use these overlaps to say, okay, what is the most interesting part we could use? Next thing is, based on zero, you could not develop any framework, any concept. So we did a quantitative research. We asked companies in the different countries what is relevant, what are the topics. We have seen some numbers which are based on this empirical thing. And even more important, we did case studies. We did not 1 or 2, we did 24 case studies. In all countries, we asked different industries, we asked different sizes from small with 10 employees up to 250. So we had different impressions from the SMEs. We used all this together to build up the methods and the trainings. And we validated this together with experts. We published this on conferences to get feedback. And based on this, we developed a really a comprehensive framework. And compared, I have shown you this 5 books. But do you see how many pages did we combine in our cookbook? We reduced it to 100, 110 pages. So it's, of course, not so comprehensive as the other frameworks, sure, but it's easy to read. So you can go in, you read it one evening, you are gone through the whole book, and you have an idea what this ITSM about. And then you can go back to the other frameworks, and you can go deeper if you need more information. For example, if you are working on incident management, ITIL is very concrete, and you go to ITIL and go deeper if you need further information. But the starting point is really good. And then what did we do last time? We took our experiences, so we went, Lars Hoffmann, colleagues from POC, we went to the countries and we had expert workshops. We sit together and discuss the existing materials. Does this fit also to Slovenia, to Romania, to Bulgaria? And then we changed things. And at the end, we had this big picture of our method, which is a little bit different from Innotrain. So for example, control and audit compliance. This is a very important thing in Germany. If you go to other countries, it's less important. So we decided, okay, we move it on the right side, it's less important, but it's still there. Or we learned that change management improvement is so related to each other, and he combines it in one block. All this changes, some changes here with the naming to make it more understandable, to make it easier. And this happens all in the last 2 years, and we use this for our trainings to provide a big picture about what IT service management is. And you see, that was also mentioned before, a big part is on the strategy. It's not putting computers in the right place, it's how could I support my business processes, business IT alignment, very important topic, IT strategy, innovation management. On the other side, we have service operations. They have some change part. Also, this improvement, how could I improve my IT, how could I improve my processes? And last but not least, component audit and compliance. And what you see, we have some bullets here in blue and some in gray. This is something very special to our method. We say the smallest company we will support has one employee, which is the manager. He will not do his IT himself, so he will go out to service provider. But even this small company has to look what IT do you need, what one I want to use. For example, I will rely on Windows or I will rely on Mac or what else. So he has to make some thoughts. It must not be a complicated document, but to think about the topics. He has to define which services he will use. And system service manager, very operative, he has to call the service provider if something is wrong. So he will also do this. And of course, every year or every half year, he should think about, are the services right? Need there other services? Could I use different technologies? He should think about this. All the other great bullets could be implemented, but are not necessary to have a basic IT service management. And that's the idea behind our method. And now I have said we will talk about simplification. I think this was just a fast run through. If you go into this booklet you have on the table, there is a little bit more defined. We have also this IT service management guide online available, and also on your speed drive, so you can have a look at this. Also, don't to worry you about this methodical things. And now,
Thank you, Philip. So let's come to the advanced part. I think we already showed this slide. It's not only the method, we want to change something. Working with small medium-sized companies, we want to introduce service management. So, and that's a big topic. How can we do this? And we have a lot of challenges. When you're working with people, you know, it's not sometimes in our culture, I come from Germany, not always fun to learn. So learning is maybe exhausting, it's something that's not so fancy, so we have to think about how can we make it attractive to go to an IT service management training. If you look, is IT service management really the topic people are looking for to it? Is it really actual? How can you make for the company if you don't use IT service management? And the question is always, we are in innovation, we are dealing with innovations, so are there any experiences to change something, to be innovative? What's the situation of the company? And to get ready for digital transformation, every change can be hard. That's maybe not the culture to change something in the organization. So we thought about how can we do this when we start with the training. And we also had a look to the e-competence framework that shows a lot of competences we can train to IT staff from planning, building, running, enabling, managing of IT resources. There are a lot of competences on different levels. We can't train it in our courses, that's too much. So the idea was just to concentrate, what can we really do with our trainings, and how can we give really an impetus to change something in the companies. And we came to the idea that we have, that we already have learned from the Innotrain IT project, we need maybe the attention of the management first to change something, to introduce IT service management. That's why we had created a module A, IT cost factor, a strategic advantage session to show the management of the companies that is really necessary to change something. I'm working a lot in change management processes, and there maybe you know Kurt Levy, who said you need to unfreeze the organization first. You need to show that maybe there's a problem, you need to change something, and then you can change people and the organization, and you have to refreeze it again so that the change is stable. So this was the first module. Then we came to the second, the module B. The idea was the management should say it's a good idea, and I sent you my IT professionals, the IT staffs, the department leads, maybe to our courses and trainings, so that we could show them our idea to simplify the IT with our method, and to introduce IT service management in the company. And this was a longer training that lasts maybe 6 to 8 hours. And one core thing was also the modeling thing, to show them, yeah, we need some tools to start with IT service management, and that was very valuable for the participants. And module C, this is the e-learning part of our project. We have a lot of information and resources online, and the idea was after the trainings, the participants should go to the web platform and have a look to it within the e-learning courses we have provided. So in detail, I just have mentioned the basic things. The first course was to sensitize the management. I think that's really in every change process. You need the attention of the management group, and they have to be convinced. And yes, it's more working with the attitude of the management. If they say it's a good thing, we will promote it, then you can have success to change something and to introduce IT service management, of course. If you have a look to the contents, we just provided some basic information about what is IT service management, what's the idea behind. But what are the benefits for you if you introduce IT service management? And of course, Dieter already showed you can save a lot of costs, you can be more innovative, but you also reduce your risks as managing director, for example. You have to be compliant with regulations, with laws, and that's maybe also one very important thing to say. You really got a problem if you don't do this, and that's really necessary to change your IT management. And of course, to show how can you implement it. What are maybe typical organizational change processes you can go on. Just to show, we have some methods developed that are based on case studies, on the experiences we made, and to show them, yeah, it sounds maybe first a little bit strange, what's ITIL and other frameworks. It's a very technical topic, but it's very valuable to go on and to move on to this organizational change. The second module, the target group were the IT professionals, and here we developed a more case and problem-oriented approach. We didn't want to bore people with a lot of theory and things they already know, maybe. we were thinking about we need a case, we need a sample company to show what are really the processes, what's the idea behind, how can you really as SME use these methods and these tools very practically. So we showed on a very practical level how to use IT service management, and of course it was also very interactive with discussions and group work, so that we have not this maybe boring situation like at the moment just somebody's presenting something and everybody's here. So it's more interactive, and I think it was very valuable that the participants talked with each other. So we had in the trainings also an experience exchange, and this was really a big advantage of our trainings. Normally, I think we heard it, if you go to an item training, we had a look to it, they learn a lot of vocabulary about processes, roles and other things, and it's not very valuable really to think or to work on your problems you have as IT manager in reality. And our idea was, yeah, we're looking what problems are there and how can we solve them with our tools and our methods. And of course, implementation and change management, again, I think that's also very important to give the participants an idea. What's maybe a typical process to implement these technologies and these new ideas in the company, and of course the organizational topics to develop maybe the organization, to know what fears are maybe in the companies. Maybe the working environment is changing, people get new tasks, they have at the beginning, you need more information, you have to fill in data in tools and such things, so there's an effort to do, and not everybody will be happy to do more. Typically, the IT department leads and the IT staffs, they are very in a hurry, and they have a lot to do, they have work overload, and then somebody's coming and says, yeah, now we have to do IT service management, so that's really maybe shocking at the first moment, and to convince the people to work with the emotions, that's very important, and you have to go through maybe a valley of tears, and then people try to use the new ideas and new tools to develop. That's very important, and we had a special session in the trainings to show them that it's absolutely normal, that it's not an easy process, but it's very relevant to change. So the case study we have developed, you will later on hear more about it in other presentations. It was the story of Charlie and his Uncle Tom, just a short overview. Charlie got a garage from his Uncle Tom, who retired, and Charlie is maybe management guy, the economic guy. He's not very practical, and he says, "Yeah, what are I doing in this garage?" And he had the idea. Yes, I heard I do IT or do it yourself. Car service would be a good idea to start a business, a new business, and so it's quite funny. It's maybe do your IT yourself, but do it yourself and so on. He started as an IT administrator, that's Bob, and a lot of IT things, and how can he start it and develop his environment, and IT is an enabler for the business, and so this was the situation, and there we had some cases that were really based on practical cases in reality, maybe to optimize the printer management, to introduce a web shop and such things. The participants could modeling these processes in the trainings and use our tools, and that was very valuable for the participants to learn. And the last module, that's our e-learning module. We have a special e-learning course, self-directed learning on the internet with a whole content in different languages. We have all topics from IT service management to from strategic planning, service operations, improvement change, and so on. A lot of content on the internet, and that's very interesting for getting deeper into the topics. So this was a short run through the training concept, and now I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Kyochan Musu from the University of Danube.
Good morning, thank you very much for my name. Difficult to talk after Klaus, very good speaker, so it's a challenge. Now I have the honor to tell you something about experience. Since you saw the, let's say, the product dimension, the content, now I have the honor to talk about the service dimension in practice. And being face-to-face with our clients, our customer, was a basic thing from the beginning, getting them to come. Bernard can confirm. And until the modeling tools, and the IT guys, they are not so easy to manage. Their personalities. So first of all, I have to thank my friend and colleague Andre. I think the statistical operator and analytics. So talking about experiences, I would like to say that Charlie is the one who, the character, Charlie is the one who puts in action the work of the heritage from Uncle Tom. So it was our task to do this. So and you mentioned I'm not an IT guy. I'm from the business area, business administration. So we're very interested about reporting and figures, ADOxx.org. Let me give you some scores that we're trying to achieve. So at the beginning we started with 240 participants, and we reached our goal, 345 participants altogether. We have the distribution. So 200 participants in Romania, distribution in all modules, 84 in Bulgaria, 58 in Slovenia, altogether 30 training session, face-to-face session in several months, summer 14 to 15. In an average technical speaking, we had 12 participants per session. I think please correct me if I'm wrong, for ET training, okay, everybody themselves. Now we will go a little bit deeper into statistics, and I will present you some facts and figures about the feedback that they gave us filling the form evaluation sheet. So out of the participants, we had a 71% response rate on 45 questionnaires, and also the question was to rate the training, the content, the material, the trainer from 1, the best score, to 4, worst score, with smiley faces. So I can see here more smiley faces, more sad faces. So I try to rate my presentation. So
First, starting with the structure of our sample, we focused on the SMEs, and we had Peter mentioned the risk in the really small or micro companies. Sometimes family. We had a lot of family companies or with 3-4 employees. Okay, 35% micro companies, about 1/3 small companies, and we had some representatives from large companies. I'd like to say that in Romania, I can talk only for our case, there are a lot of large companies in terms of employees with very little knowledge and awareness about. So it's not only the number of employees, something. It's also about the productivity tools you use. We are happy that in terms of industries, we have participants from a lot of branches, government industries. So I like to start talking about the transfer from digital divide, digital division to digital unite. And because this is a language, it's a new language, like coming here, so the inventor of language. So this is kind of new language. Of course, services, manufacturing, for the most, the best represented. And in terms of function, especially due to our A module, was the management module, we have a lot of participants, a broad participation. So you can see IT, let's say IT guys, IT managers, and IT staff altogether 35%, and the rest were owners, a lot of owners, especially micro companies, department manager, very interesting department manager, how to get tools to improve their work, their productivity, and department staff. And in terms of age, of course, the largest segment belongs to the 40-49, 30-39. Here's what well represented. So we can see that say broad coverage, and this is due to the partnership and due to the work of the partners to attract people in training. Okay, regarding the evaluation, this is our grades. First, starting with the preparation and venue of the trainings. Overall, we have, I won't comment too much this because the figure, overall we need to congratulate our Slovenian friends. They have the best grades in training preparation. I'll switch on the overall assessment, say the quality of our training and the value behind. We had 5 criteria: learning, training materials, valuable suggestion, knowledge, and put in practice. Sorry, overall and the grades. Best grades in clear and a little bit less in can put in practice. So it is a difficult task to put in practice. So
I think there is an opportunity to go further to help them put in practice methods. Because after all, this is about VET, put in practice what you learn, practice what you learn. We try to do a little bit more, let's say, fancy statistics, just some correlation between criteria and there is some influence correlation between the factors, and we try to use a chi-square test to see about the meaning of the influences. So we discovered that the country is a factor of influence about teaching issues, about valuable suggestion. The position in the company is a factor of influence, but the age group is not a critical factor about the teaching. They were all the same, and the position of the company nor a very important factor to take care of about the putting into practice. So everybody, let's say, everybody in the company would like to put in practice things. And now I will conclude with the lessons learned. There was appreciated the quality and the experience of the lecturers, especially the quality of the materials, of the content itself, the flexibility of the training. I told it was an effort to organize training, flexible, I guess, also in terms of debates. Talking again for ourselves, we had a lot of debates. People want to express their fears sometimes. Access to the modeling tool, of course, a plus. The online training is help yourself for training. Do IT yourself. This is the brand of class. And of course, we need to thank our partners. We work with Chamber of Commerce, with association, with NGOs, with universities. Not to forget, university, they help us, and we have a lot of promise to continue on these promises. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Sorry.
I will continue from here on. I promise I don't show too many PowerPoint slides. My name is Friedrich Lekutz. I come from the company POC, and our role in the project was to contribute technology here. So my talk is going to be only 2 slides, and I have the really difficult task to give you a live demonstration of what we have implemented. So we'll try to show that to you, and we'll try to see how things fit together. What was the objective of the requirement when we started to design this infrastructure to support the trainings? The idea was that everything we've heard before from the training concept, from the cook's perspective, should be available to the trainees in a face-to-face kind of way, also in a virtual environment. So e-learning as the buzzword here. And we had here the requirement, the objective to first of all support trainers. You have seen we have 3 regions, we have a lot of trainers who interact with the trainees, and we need to have some kind of space where the trainers can exchange with the trainees, where they can talk to each other and find a common spot for organization. That would be one of the parts that relate to the face-to-face part of these 2 modules using in the presentation by Klaus. There's another need that we identified, that we want to have tool support during the training, so not only PowerPoint voicing, from the lectures, right? Somebody reads something, you look at PowerPoint, but as soon as you start to work by yourself, you pick up the content that's in there. So one of the requirements for the installation we want to perform is that we want to have tool support, but without the need to install anything. Nothing is hindering more than if you have 2 hours totally spend 45 minutes in installing a tool on your own PC. So the idea is to have something on the web, online, that participants can just use and get familiar. An important element, I think that has been pointed out already, is the localization. So the content, everything that you can use on our platform is localized. It is either available in the original language, there's videos in original languages. The content of the modeling tool is available in the regional languages. So you find yourself, if you enter from a Slovenian language perspective, everything is in your mother tongue. You should be able to pick up really quickly on that. Another aspect, and that relates to the element about community and personalization. We want to find a space where participants can log in, they have their own personal learning environment. That's something that is trendy thing, I think, the direction is also you want to have a learning space that you can take along, right? So after you have participated in a training by ITSM4SME trainers, you might want to continue, you want to take the experience along, you want to see the material again. So that would relate to the personalization, and at the same time, to build up a community of the people that came with you, so that you can interchange and exchange ideas. And the last element, that's the typical thing for a website, right? You want to disseminate, you want to communicate with the general public, so that anyone should be able to see what has happened online. Just to summarize a bit how the structure has been done, you see technology company, I have to show you a bit of architecture. So the first thing that we decided is we want to have everything on our website. I highly recommend to visit out and select with all the languages that we have seen before. You see the localization here on top, so we have the 3 regional languages plus English plus the German side as well as we have the German part. And what do you find on the website? You find actually 3 major components besides the typical things that are on the website. One part would be that you find e-learning courses. So all the material, all the content is available online, supported by voiceovers. Yes, our trainers actually took the time to voice over all the PowerPoints to explain what is on the slides as well and to give further insights. You have access to the modeling tool, the ADOxx.org modeling tool that has been adapted to the needs of the simplification before. And we have also an e-learning library that provides all the material, all the content that we have seen so far. You find it either on your USB drive today. If you lose that one, you can just go online and find the same material online. Right, and what I want to show you really quickly now is that you see the website together, and I'll try to log in and show you the things that you can find on here. Right. Right, so what I said before, we can have a personalized space, so we're logging with my credentials. Right. As soon as I'm online, well, there's nothing on, sorry. As soon as I'm online, I come to get to my dashboard, so I have a personalized space where I can see what has happened so far, what happened in my community. You see, I was a lazy student, I didn't do any of the exercises yet. So I need to continue on that one. I will scroll further down, you see I started 2 courses already. I can just continue here to work on my course. So as soon as I have time again, in the situation, you have a work break, like half an hour, and you want to continue on learning the content that we have heard so far. And you see here, what is the course all about? What are the modules that we have here? There's 6 units developed here, 6 modules times 5 languages. You can understand the complexity of managing all that elements. Let me just start the course. And we have here, we should see here the video now and the voiceover as a flash component here. That will be for the content perspective. I want to show you also the modeling part. So we have the modeling tool, which is actually a rich client application available online, and that is available through RDB access. So I can just make to the modeling tool down in one single file. Now it's right away. We'll log in here just a second time. Sorry for that. My credentials are provided to me by my platform. Survey and run and I get the application loaded on the screen. The good thing about that one is everything is on the server, so we don't need to worry about losing things. You can just take another PC, log in again, and you are. Take a bit of time. Now it's here. I can see it already, but the screen is still so. Sorry for that. Right, and we have the other e-modeling tools available online. You can now start to practice what we have heard before about cases, about working by yourself. The cases are available as examples that are provided in the tool itself. So you can see here the service catalog of a car shop. It breaks down the application landscape and the ICT infrastructure. And you can now start to work on that one using the example content, the questions that I have in here, and develop my own solutions. Solutions are provided in here as well. And I also find a community, so I can see if I open it up, and the regional community in here. So I have also other users that each share their content with me, and I can exchange my ideas of how to develop specific things. Right, the modeling tool is online available. As I said, there's different languages. I'm connected now as an English user. We have the same thing for Romanian, for Bulgarian, for Slovenian, so that you have actually the content in your own language and available for use. The last thing I want to show you on our website would be the library that we have picked up. So when you go on the library button, you find actually all the elements, all the guides, all the material that we have shown during the last 4 minutes available here for download, for review. So actually that would be a sustainability aspect of the project. The website stays online and we have actually material for further use, for further application. Thank you.
It looks tasty, but this is not an invitation to lunch break, just yet. So, but the good news is that the lunch is following this session, so keep that in mind. My name is Benjamin Erasmus, and I'm chair of the Slovenian chapter of ITSM Slovenia. In addition to Charlie's garage, we wanted to point out also some real case practical experience. So we found a company Alebon, that's a small, fast-growing company with 16 employees, producing grilled kebab and supplementing goods and distributing it around Europe to food industry, to fast food restaurants, retailers, and also to the end customers. So the question is, what is so special in that kebab organization? It is about how they are using innovatively, from the business perspective, their IT. So their IT is becoming integral part of their business. So let's have a look how they do this. If you look at their vision, you can find in their vision high quality, customer first, continual improvement, and also continual education of their employees. For example, from the perspective of customer first, they have, for their customers, their products are always in stock in time. What it means, or what usually implies, big stocks and huge expenses for warehousing, right? But because of their innovative business approach, supported by effective IT technology and analytics, they were able to optimize their logistic process, which enables them to build somehow just-in-time delivery. So this means no dead money in stock or no big expenses for warehouses. So the business know how to use this kind of money to invest in further business opportunities. So that was also very important. So relatively low investment into the quite big of advantages. But that's just one of examples how they use IT smart. There is plenty of other examples we will see later on. So the important thing is that they use business innovation drives their IT implementations. So there is no IT ideas, there are business ideas, business requests, and they support it effectively with the information technology. So that's kind of business integration, business to IT integration, which is more than actually just simple IT to business alignment, right? That was more a phrase in the past. So what is critical in this business innovation that we found? It's that one of the owners is also responsible for finance and is also highly IT savvy person. So he drives strategically all the initiatives. So they don't invest if they don't gain more time, retaining the quality, of course, of their products. They don't invest if they don't gain more time, if don't save money, or if don't increase revenue. Because they are co-owners, if they invest, they want to have a quick return of investment. So there is one of the major drivers for them as well. And in regards to their assessments and their compatibility or with the theories, one of the theories teaches that if you want to gain sustainable competitive advantage, your products or your strategic assets have to be valuable, unique, imperfectly imitable, so it's not easily to reproduce, and have limited substitutability. So not substitutable product exists that can do the same thing. In addition, barrier for erosion of such competitive advantage, or one of the barriers, is also the combining complementary food sources from different domains. What they did is actually, they combined their core business, production of kebab, with the IT technology in very innovative way. So the technology become part of their business social system. And as such, it becomes very unique, and it's made them very sustainable competitive advantage company. So how they did it? They actually outsourced every non-strategic asset possible, even their kebab production. They take care about the quality of the products, but they were able to shorten the development cycle of the kebab to 20 days, which means that they are capable in 20 days to replace the factory that's producing their products. They have a lot of business initiatives, and behind every such initiative there is nice story, nice business story. So I could actually talk about it for an ages, but I have limited of time, so we go further. So I said that they have outsourced everything. From the IT perspective, if we take a look in traditional way, right, and forget innovation for now, this part. So traditionally, IT guys would have to take care about these kind of things. So how to maintain hardware, how to maintain OS and security, fixing and this kind of things, you know, and how to maintain application, installing, maintaining, and so on. So it represents some costs, but also some time that our staff has to dedicate to the IT. So what they did, they outsourced everything as possible and used cloud technologies whenever possible. So they immediately gain some competitive advantage in regards to compared to the traditional way, for example, this way, just because they outsourced. And with outsourcing these kind of things, they released the IT people to focus on innovative integration. So furthermore, they use all the standard products wherever possible, but they integrate it very clever and smart. So they have all the business innovation, business advantage is in this layer. Right? And you can see that those innovations, business information, business innovation are integrated in this part. So from our ITSM Spiral, as I said, they also are using startup application whenever possible. Right? On the level 2, that was on the infrastructure level. On the level 2, business process innovation. So they have innovative integration, self-developed business event management system. So immediately, if something goes wrong from the business perspective, they are alerted, so they can correct it in the same day or in the same hours as soon as they identify it. So they are very proactive. Effective controlling system, that's very important. They manage to control the business with just one traffic light. Green, more green. So, and they just follow few key business parameters that just that are adjusted regularly on monthly basis. But from day-to-day business, they don't have to take care about is everything okay with the business. Just in the morning they check the semaphore light, and that's all. That's all what they have to do. So they were quite innovative. They have self-ordering system, so the containers with kebab are filled in automatically, and they have even integrated the implication of weather condition on the production orders and so on. They have outstanding logistics support, and so on and so on and so on. And so, as I said, behind every this initiative there is a nice story. And product and service innovation, that's probably next step that they are have to go to be even more successful for perhaps with the digital transformation. So that's from my side. Philip, thank you very much.
So, finally, last but not least, I take over this part of the colleague. Unfortunately, he's not able to come to Vienna. He's in Sofia, has no chance to be with us, so I took over this part very shortly. And also, I have to see there's something going on with the lunch, so I will hurry up a little bit. In the last 2 years, we created 41 results, which is, I think, a big amount of results. And I just want to show you some selected results. So from my perspective, the most important results. We had some minutes ago the training concept, which is quite important thing. You can structure of the trainings and such things, document also the training materials, the basic for development of new courses, new education things, IT service management guide. I talked about it a little bit before. Our ITSM method itself, which could be used, and you have seen if you would show it, the e-learning portal. Everything could be reused. The modeling library is based on RIT. The library could be used later on. We have case studies. You have seen the booklet. The last two things are not so typical. So what would I want to say? What is communication? The communication is one aspect for such a project to be successful, to get participants into the trainings. And if you see it, we had a hard job to get participants together for this conference. And the same thing happened in the project, not only in ITSM4SME, also in Industry. So for example, we had the situation in Vienna, a really huge city. We had problems to get more than 10 participants to our trainings. It was a hard story, and we had to partner with many hundreds of members. Even there, to motivate people to get here is a hard story. So we developed very early in the project a communication strategy, which is really focused on the type groups, on the participants, and how to communicate and in which way. And this is, I think, it's also an interesting part for other projects to use this communication part. And what we have in mind, what we have also documented is the experience. How to come together with participants, how to handle such trainings. And all such things could be used later on in other projects. Also, the other results, which are not listed here, could be used. And then we thought, how could we as a project, which is not a commercial thing. So we bring this to potential companies, to organizations, to institutions, that they can use it. And we use the way to create business models. Do you know what a business model is? I think everyone has heard this term. I took a definition of Mr. Thies. A business model articulates the logic and provides the data how a business creates and delivers value to customers. Sounds very easy. In the next sentence he said, in essence, a business model embodies nothing less than the organizational and financial architecture of a business. Architecture, we have heard architecture management. Architecture can be something huge. And I took this picture of Picture Ingenieur, which shows the element of a business model. And you see the architecture thing. We have on side partners, on the other side we have the customers. We have dependencies between, we have some flow through the business model. I talked about the financial aspects, so we have costs, we have revenues. And my perspective, the most important thing is we have a value proposition. And we used the business model canvas, Osterwalder and Ingenieur, and defined such a business model for all our results in one thing. What could a project supply to potential organizations? And you see it on the side, we have also the partners here, intermediaries, funding bodies, authorities. On the other side, we have training providers, schools. And this is very wide thing. We decided to break this down in different business models. So at the end, we have one common business model and several business models which could be supported with materials from ITSM4SME. And training, of course, it's a training project, so this is a thing which is very near, but we see also materials could be used in education. And to be honest, we did this already. So at Heilbronn University, we use this materials for courses. It's a quite good thing because case studies could be really good used for students. So there are initiatives running. Also consulting. So Echtler AG in Germany, one of the biggest service providers, they took our materials and go to smaller customers because they want not to talk about ITIL, but they want to say, okay, if we provide you a service, you need to be, or you need a service manager on your side also, not only on our side. And they gave the customers a little bit of an idea how to manage the services. And last but not least, it's a starting point for further research. Could be a similar project concept, or the same topic and further details. So there are different possibilities. So for example, we talk about IT service management in the public administration. It's a topic of the future. And there are possibilities to go further on this. And what we did, all the results we have been aligned in a table to show which elements could be used in which business model. You find this in your booklet, and I think this is a starting point for future businesses. But not only other partners could use this, also our consortium is able to use and will use this. And therefore, I'm proud to announce that we have decided, we decided to work together on two topics the next time. One is the leverage of IT service management, and the other thing is the digital transformation. Such topics will be forced by the consortium in the future. We will work on a new project. We will also keep the platform running, enable others to use our materials. So there's a huge commitment from the partners to support the idea in the next time. And now, I'd like to thank you for your attention. And I get a sign. Lunch is ready. I would propose, if you have any questions, come to us. You have seen us all. At the lunch, we have the possibility to discuss, to network a little bit. And yeah, thank you very much and enjoy the lunch.
Mr. Alexander Ivanov from Bulgaria, who gives us in his speech some insights about actual IT megatrends, the creation of new style of business.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Alexander Ivanov, and I was part of IT4SME project implemented in Bulgaria together with Zari Ivanov and Krasan Stefano. But today I'm not going to talk about this project specifically, even though it was really good covered by our colleagues from Slovenia and Romania in terms of results. I'm going to share with you the vision for the future of IT business and also the new style of IT from one of the mega companies, mega IT companies, HP. So why HP and what is actually connection between HP and small and medium business in our region? So for me, there is a lot of similarity between, in these days specifically, between large IT companies and small ones, and I will tell you why, actually. So we are living in an idea economy. So it's not something new that ideas for driving creation of new companies, new industries, new technologies, new capabilities. But there is one major difference today. Actually, it is more easier than ever to do this. So no means you don't need any more $1 million to implement a new idea and realize a new idea. Actually, if you're an entrepreneur and you want to implement something new, you can take like compute or processing and memory power from the cloud. You can take ERP system as a software from the cloud. You can actually use PayPal for your and all this you can pay by credit card. So it is really easier than ever to implement a new idea. So I want to give you one example with the Uber. I'm not sure if you all are aware of Uber company. So Uber started in 2008, and in 2009 they implemented their system across the world. Actually, at the moment, Uber is the biggest car company in the world without owning a single car. This is the reality. And actually, the main point here is that you don't need $1 million to start doing something. And that here is similarity between big companies and small companies. And something else, the very small company like Uber can disrupt car industry all around the world. Actually, what I know is that in San Francisco Transportation Agency, they reported more than 60%, 60-70% less usage of the normal car companies. And this is what Uber creates actually. And what is important, it's all about the time to implement a new idea. So Uber is not, does not invent something new. They simply use the existing technology and take advantage of this and actually give to the end users unique experience to the people that are using that service. So imagine if, success of the Uber is also, this is one side of the idea, that success of the Uber is caused also because the other companies didn't react so quickly on the change. They didn't aware of the technology, of the availability of the technology, of the cost, and I know that some of the cab companies still use radio waves, for example, for communication. So I wonder also the example with Charlie and Uncle Tom, what will happen if competition there was aware of this idea and react quickly on this. I suppose that the big companies that propose repair of the cars, actually that will repair of the cars, will have much more customers, and if they propose the same thing, they will be more successful. So Thomas realized, Charlie realized this idea very quickly, and this is why it was very successful. In reality, the idea, the pressure on IT is really high. So from one side, I mentioned about the speed of the innovations that should be happening. We have also demand from the business for the services. We want right now the business wants to the new version of the application to be presented not in months or years, in days or weeks. They want to be flexible. They don't want to be connected to one provider. They want to have possibility to switch between providers, and of course they want more services and more infrastructure with less payment, with less cost. And all this should be done with managing properly the risk behind. So from other side are IT megatrends. According to HP, these are big data, cloud, mobility, and security. Let's take an example with a simple user. If you're a mobile user and you log in securely in your account with your mobile device, and you know in the background there is thousands of megabytes of data that is collected for you, for the things that you are looking for the history, for the prediction, and all this is stored in the cloud and in form of big data. So all this define the new style of operation model according to HP, and you see that every part of this model actually is subject of a change, a significant change. So starting with the market, before we have a market who was defining the standards, and now we have companies defining the standards, and market and big IT companies actually comply with that. We have application. Before we have application which are restricted, and now we have application available for any device. We have thousands of new applications these days, which is very very different from just few years ago. We have daily updates, not quarterly updates. I know, for example, that Amazon is actually implementing an update on every 8 seconds on their system. Every 8 seconds there is a change there. And continuing the data, before the collected data was more static, it was not used, it was just stored somewhere. Now because of the big data analytical systems, we have an option to do even the predictive analysis. Technology, we had technology which was, before I remember it was a time when I was a technical guy who support HP customers. And at that time, I was responsible for server environment, the infrastructure of the customers. So I remember the time when the customer buys some number of servers, number of applications, and they just do some prediction for the usage of the next few years and sign a contract which is multi-million-dollar contract for using something which they don't need at the moment. They simply predict that this will happen in a few years. This is no longer the case, so customer is buying only what they need. Also, they don't buy physical machines, they buy software and services. In terms of operations, we see the trends specifically for IT companies from manual tasks to supply chain type of delivery to factory type of delivery. Everything is automated and standardized across different delivery centers in HP. And financials, of course, we have no longer capital expenses like buying equipment, physical devices. It's more operational expense. Just pay for what you are using. And all these give unique experience for the end users. So HP believes that the future for IT is not in right now we define things like private cloud, public cloud, and traditional IT. In the future, there will be many private and public clouds from different vendors working together. So this will make architecture much more complicated than now. So the future, according to HP, is in hybrid delivery. So all this working together gives some unique experience for the end users. Everything is hidden for him. He's just accessing all the data and applications from his mobile device. So a few words about IT mega trends in terms of technology. So starting with big data, some statistical data. The traffic is rising with 40% per year, actually, and the amount of data usage, you see what is currently what was in 2012 and what is predicted to be in 2020, actually, 2020. So it is around 100 times more data usage. So other thing is that in big companies, we see between 100,000 and 100 million business events per second. What I mean, so starting with some small events like open a browser and load some web page to a bit more complicated like financial transaction to some very complicated events like shut down a factory for maintenance and things like that. So, some of these business events generate tremendous amount of data. So we see close to 1 terabyte for some industrial machines generated by hour, just by 1 hour. So I will give a good example of how. In this case, HP, of course, it can be other company as well, how it's using the big data and how they do analysis based on this. So NASCAR, not sure how many of you knows about NASCAR. This is like the most popular Formula 1 type competition in the United States. So NASCAR is using one of the most famous analytical software for big data, designed by Autonomy, which was acquired by HP in 2008. So using the vertical engine, which is very fast. So they are using this in they are able to see the life in the same time when the feedback is provided by end users. Like for example, you're on the competition, you're part of the public there, and you're not happy with something, and you share this in social media or any forum related to NASCAR. So all this is captured lifetime from this event. So I saw this person when I was in the United States. It's like a dot. The user is like a dot, and it is red or green or yellow, depending on what is his feedback. So when they see such thing, they see what is the nature of this feedback, and they, for example, if the competition is delayed, it happens actually. Competition is delayed and they're not happy because it's raining, for example, and they bring umbrella to this person. Yeah, and also sometimes if they're not happy, they give him free drink or discount for next competition. Yes, it's very interesting, and also it was happened once that when they announced the entries of the people that win actually dynamics of the people that finish the competition, not people, the competitors, the player. So they did a mistake in the order, in the list. So they had two options: to announce this mistake across all people, to admit and say we made a mistake, and which will bring them some difficulties, or they simply did a research in social media who made the comment based on this mistake, and they give update only to those persons, which is, it turns out, 3% of the total people who watch the competition. So a few things about some of the other mega trends, the cloud. So based on HP internal research, 7% of the customers in HP at the moment are using cloud. And the forecast is to become 40 in 2018. So for me, there's two important things from these slides. First, you see the growth that is expected from 2014 to 2018 is significant, close to 100% every year. And the second, we have now 7%. Actually, at the moment, they are more because this is last year. So we have other 90%, which is still traditional IT. So that's why I mentioned that the future is in hybrid world. So cloud-based technologies and traditional IT technologies should work together, and this will run from quite a lot of time in the next 10 years. This is some sales slide, but I keep this because I want just to illustrate what I mentioned. So from one side is traditional IT, hardware, software. We have cloud technologies using the open technology, and cloud services using open technology, and professional services, the people actually who integrate both. A few things about mobility. This is also based on few research. From one side is HP research, then we will have around 100 billion connected devices in 2020, which is 8 times more than what we had in 2010. We have close to 1 trillion applications. And research on Accenture did in, I think, 2 years ago, on the CIOs, you see the results. 73% of the CIOs see in mobile business that will bring more impact and more change in their business actually than internet there. And last but not least, we have $700 billion of mobile retail purchases by 2018. This is what is expected. One more example, it's simply how the cloud is used. Is for one corporation, is social enterprise actually, Foundation Paraguay. They are fighting with poverty, and at the moment they are 50 times more efficient and more fast in their decisions using the cloud system in mobility. Because before that they were using paper forms to do this, and then it was needed a long time to analyze this and make a decision. So this makes significant difference, and this is a real example actually. And last but not least, we need to think about security as well. So the new era of digital technologies actually bring a new security risks. So more sophisticated cyber attacks. We have massive data growth, brings additional opportunities for the hackers. And of course, cost and complexity of data protection actually create new exposures. And this is also some research, internal research of HP. It's you see that the black market, which is calculated on more than $100 billion industry. Interesting point is that 75% of the breaches actually which are happen from known issues. It's not something that is not discovered yet. It's just because the enterprise didn't protect themselves from this. There is a lot of examples that we can give. I think you all know about the Sony media, and I remember the PlayStation also network was impacted by cyber attacks. I know about Home Depot and a few American companies, retail companies, which actually get exposed, and they use information for all their users and credit cards. And you can see also other part of statistic, 205 days is median time to detect a breach. It was happened with this company that they found a breach 3 years later. And the loss was calculated more than $70 million because they lost credit cards and they need to pay penalties for that in order to restore the stolen money. And of course, we are not looking for using your name actually as a brand. And it was very short presentation from my side. I'm pretty sure that some of the things you already heard from previous presentations, and I hope it was interesting to see what is the vision of HP for the it's not only for HP, but what they see for big and medium enterprises as the clients of HP. Thank you. If there are any questions, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanov, for your speech. I think you see the dramatic trends for IT at the moment. I think it's a visionary outlook, and sort of example. This morning, I think this is how we can do things in practice, and I think one major aspect we've heard also in the morning is maybe enterprise architecture management, and I think it's worth to have a closer look. What is enterprise architecture management? We think it's maybe the basic for digital transformation of small and mid-sized enterprise, and I'm very happy that we have now a speech from Christoph Moser from POC. And Christoph is a management consultant and a product manager from POC, and he will show us what do we understand behind this word, and shows us some examples how can we use enterprise architecture.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the invitation to do my talk about enterprise architecture management. The title is Transparency for the Digital Transformation of SMEs. I think the SME part is definitely something we have to discuss afterwards, as usually it's more like future companies who are investing into management approaches like enterprise architecture management. But still, there are lots of concepts that we believe are very helpful for SMEs as well. So what I'm going to talk, I'm going to give you a short introduction into enterprise architecture management and how enterprise architecture management as a management approach is related to IT service management. And based on this, we are discussing some roles and required views in order to support these management approaches. And afterwards, I'm going to give a short insight into our solution where we are focusing on enterprise architecture management. So what we see here is the typical structure of an enterprise architecture. So we have a more like strategic view, business view, and of course the IT view. Everything is connected, and the main thing is that we need to discuss how to ensure that IT is fully contributing to the business goals. So we've seen in the previous talk, there are lots of mega trends, and what we need to find out, how can IT support the business in order to use or make usage of these mega trends. On the other side, how can business define what they are actually going for, what are the targets of the business, and how can IT support them. And the idea is to implement concurrent planning base for business and IT, so that whenever we have some new solutions in IT, we shorten the communication to the business to bring up new ideas in order to improve the existing processes and products. And on the other side, that new business ideas are communicated to IT very fastly in order to react on these new technologies available. The main focus of my talk will be enterprise architecture management and the connection to IT service management, as ITSM for SMEs has a strong focus on service management. I'm just trying to connect the dots between enterprise architecture management and IT service management in my talk. So what is it actually about? So in enterprise architecture management, we usually depict and run analysis on the current architecture. As you can see, the current architecture quite often is kind of defragmented. So we have IT solutions, we have business processes, we have products, the market. Many of the products are getting more and more IT related. And quite often this architecture is defragmented, especially when it comes or when we don't focus on single organizations, but more like on entire ecosystems. So it's about how different organizations can structure the work in terms of working together. And on the other side, we have the target architecture, which is affected by business demands, demographic developments and changes, technological disruption. So we have the example before about Uber, who's changing an entire market or sector within the market. We have market trends. And what we are trying to do is to align these different layers we've seen before in order to react faster on requirements in the market. So we define from the current architecture, we define our target architecture, and of course we need projects in order to align or to proceed from the current architecture to the target architecture. And that's the main idea of enterprise architecture management. And as you can imagine, for each of these levels, from strategy, business, IT, we need the right people on board in order to define the target architecture and to prioritize the projects we need to move from the current architecture to the target architecture. Okay, when it comes to the frameworks, we have, I think, ITIL is known here in the group as was a strong focus on the project. And on the other side, we have here standard program. So this standard stands for enterprise architecture management. Of course, there are far more standards, especially in enterprise architecture management. I think in IT service management, ITIL is, so to say, the de facto standards. Of course, there are some other frameworks, but I think of most importance is ITIL. Both of these frameworks proclaim to cover all of these parts, from the strategic view to the operational view. But if you have a closer look at the standards, you will see that when talking about ITIL, it comes from IT. It's more an operational view on the IT. It defines the IT processes you need to have in place. Of course, it has some strategic aspects, but on the other side, we have enterprise architecture management, really coming from the business, talking about the products the companies are offering on the market. On the other side, business processes, so the business part, the strategic part is more closely or in-depth defined enterprise architecture management. And the idea is to bring those management approaches together and to define the different roles we need to have in place in order to have the complete framework available. That's just another view on enterprise architecture management. So enterprise architecture management basically is about connecting the dots in order to get an overview on the entire organization or the organization's ecosystems. So it's not just a focus, as I said before, on the organization itself. It's about the partners, the entire network, the clients, everybody's, or each of these parts has to be, the stakeholders has to be connected to have a central view on the entire endeavor. On the other side, we have more details in different management approaches. Like, for example, for business process management, we would go far more into depth in order to define detailed processes and job descriptions and artifacts like this. We have the IT service catalog, which of course we need to connect those services to business processes or to products and so on. So it's an enterprise architecture management that closes this strategic gap and connects the dots between these different management domains. That's the main idea. Having a closer look at TOGAF, which is one of the prominent standards in enterprise architecture management, we find the TOGAF architecture development method, which is, I think it's about 700, 800 pages where it's defined. So almost comparable to ITIL. There's different books we have in ITIL. But the main idea, if you think of enterprise architecture management in more philosophic sense, is about to define the target architecture on all of these levels, to be sure or to define what are the products we need to have in place, how do we react on technology disruption, how can we use new technologies in order to improve our sales and enhance our product. So that's the architecture vision. And based on these visions, we define parts or segments of the architecture where we see improvement potentials. So we have the business architecture. We think about who might be our new partners. What are the new products we need to have in place? How do we need to change the style of work and our business processes on the business level? On the second level, we have the information systems architecture, so the applications, interfaces between applications, and of course, as we've seen in the talk before, new way in terms of using everything must be installed and developed on our own. It's more like how to use applications and services already available on the market to improve time to market. On the last level, we have the technology architecture, which is mostly about commodity technologies we can use in order to run our applications at this level. So for each idea, which is part of the architecture vision, we are defining the business process, for the business architecture, information systems architecture, technology architecture. And as soon we've defined it, we define concrete opportunities and solutions in order to implement the architecture vision, and the rest is about project planning, implementation governance, and in terms of change management, not to be confused with change management of ITIL. It's more like continual improvement, just to check whether we achieved our goals with the new architecture which has been implemented in the implementation governance part. So many organizations cannot afford to implement this entire approach in one step. So what we have some segments here. For example, you might have organizations who are just focusing on the technology portfolio in the first step. To define the technologies they have in place, and find out which of those technologies are really used, what is needed, and how can I clean up the technology architecture in the first step. It's about master data management. It's getting more and more important to understand which data is available, which data can be used. And on top we would define, for example, business application management, like business process management initiatives. So it's not an all-in-one approach. Nevertheless, we can start with one of these segments here, or application scenarios, then widen your approach until you might reach the entire cycle to have features implemented within the organization. Yeah, connecting the dots. So there are multiple, I just picked out some examples on how IT service management is related to enterprise architecture management. One example would be information systems architecture. At this phase within enterprise architecture management, we are defining, for example, the service level requirements. So we are going to implement a new application or IT service, and in the first step, we need to understand the requirements quite clearly. And when it comes to service level management or service level requirements identification, there's a lot of valuable input in the service design of ITIL. So here you define security issues, for example, capacity management, and these things. So we assume we are here, we know what we actually want to achieve. We can specify the IT solution very detailed by using concepts of ITIL, for example. Another example is opportunities and solutions. We might have a service catalog in place, and we can reuse our existing services in order to build or choose the right technologies or applications we need to have in place in order to provide the IT services. Another example is transition planning or migration planning. So we have detailed operational processes here like release management, change management, which give us again a kind of checklist and valuable advice in order how to bring out the software, the IT services. On top, within DOGAF, there are some business concepts. So it's not just providing IT services. In many cases, you might change a network of partners, business processes, and that's what DOGAF, for example, puts on top of transition planning, not just focusing on IT service management issues. Okay, that's a rollout and release management, another example. And of course, an important point is continued improvements. In DOGAF, we have concepts in terms of KPIs where we, after running through a DOGAF cycle, we check our business cases, for example, to find out if we achieved what we actually intended with our project. And if not, we might start another cycle. On the other side, we could come up with new ideas and again start the cycle as we've seen before. So it's kind of strongly related, both of these concepts, whereas enterprise architecture management takes a more strategic view. We have ITIL for the operational view of these things that we actually need to have in place. What we see here is an example of a meter model, so it's closely related to DOGAF. Still, the heart of the meter model is the application here, or the IT service, as this is the connecting point, or one of the connecting points when it comes to ITIL. But as you can see, we have this top-level architecture, the business architecture. We need to understand the business functions, business processes, the products on the market. We have the strategic views or targets and goals which are related to each of these elements. So the idea is that the strategy and later on an implementation project changes or might change all of these levels of performance. So when implementing a new IT service, you might have to change your business processes as well. And the other idea is that you not immediately start with IT topics, but it's more rather to understand the strategic view on what you actually want to achieve, and then you start from the business, you define your products, you have to understand how your products can be enhanced, like the example of NASCAR. It's more a visionary view, and based on this strategy, we identify the elements we have to change on all of these levels here. Okay, so of course we have different roles and stakeholders within the organization, and all of them take a different view on the enterprise architecture. Like the business analyst would put a strong focus on the business architecture. It defines the requirements in terms of business architecture, how to change the products, which processes need to be in place, which processes can be optimized, and of course important to have the right contracts with service providers in place in order to build on these ideas. Another example would be the service or application owner. So not necessarily the service owner is somebody who's involved in development. So if it's an externally provided service, you still need to have somebody within your organization in place who's doing the governance. If SLAs are in place, if security architecture fits together with the requirements of the organization and so on. And in case the services are owned by the company itself, of course, we need to understand which applications are composing these services, and in some cases, even the technologies we need to have in place in order to run those services. The technology architect or operations manager takes a strong focus on the technology, the computer center, the items within the computer center, and needs to at least clean up the technology portfolio in place. So you can imagine, I'm sure you are aware of, many companies struggle as they have lots of technologies within the organization, within their computer center, and this takes quite a huge bunch of the IT budget in order to run these technologies. And of course, when tidying up the technologies, for example, you might have different database management systems, operational systems in place. If you reduce it to the minimum that you need to have in place, of course you can save money in order to leverage business potentials by strongly governing the technology architecture, the lowest level of the enterprise architecture. Of course, still it's important to connect the dots as soon as you want to drive a decision whether to upgrade or even install parts of the software architecture. You need to understand which applications, which services, or in some cases even which products and business processes might be affected by this kind of change. So the idea is to have everything in one repository in one place. Okay, of course there's somebody, it might be the enterprise architecture or even a team of enterprise architects. You need to understand all those relations, but not into the very details. So usually they are not focusing on deployable units, on IP addresses. It's more like to have the overall view in order to understand from the technology layer up to the business layer which things are affected. And here we have topics like technology disruption. If we have somebody in place who understands new technologies and how they can use it in order to leverage business topics, this is of course very, very helpful. So we need somebody who understands the entire line from the business down to technology in order to give some advice on how new technologies can be used in order to improve the business. Okay. What I'm going to show you is our current solution. It's ADOxx. The ITSM4SME is based on ADOxx. That's a bit newer version of ADOxx. I'm presenting now, and I just want to give you an insight into some. Strong password policy here. I give you a short insight into the tool and how the tool supports in connecting these dots. So they have all those different roles. Everybody could be a possible stakeholder within ADOxx. What you see here is, for example, if you're an application owner, so this guy owns quite a lot of applications. He's maintaining the data about the application, so we see immediately, it seems to be a lazy guy, just on yellow. Everything else is red, as we have a manual process here in order to collect and categorize the applications within the tool, and we can get PMEs in order to say, okay, did the documentation, everything is available. So we might, for example, define applications and assign the technologies he's using. Coming to concrete examples, so we have those different tools and everybody is adding a bit. So we might have a process owner who defines this process and adds an application. We have an application owner who assigns technologies to this application. So the idea is to have a broad group within the organization, different stakeholders, and everybody is contributing a bit, with just a small focus on the enterprise architecture. And the outcome is the complete architecture of all these connections. So as soon we have this net on objects, on business layer, application layer, technology layer in place, we can run some queries and views. So one simple thing would be an application or service portfolio. So we find all of our parts of our application landscape here. We have a rating in terms of business fit, IT fit, and strategic importance, which is the size of these bubbles, in order to find out where we need to improve. So, of course, if we have an application which is insufficient IT support and business support with its strategic importance, this might be an application that we need to invest in order to improve. On the other side, if we have some kind of things here, we have low importance, we need to think of that we can even deinstall these applications and not using them anymore. The main idea is to move with the service portfolio, application portfolio, from the upper left corner to the top right corner in order to improve. As soon we defined an investment strategy, of course we need to something to communicate the decisions we've done so far, and then we might use, for example, a master data view, in this case, architecture blueprint view in order to communicate with the business. So on top level, we have the business processes. Here we have, for example, organization units or domains within the architecture, and in the cells you find different applications which are supporting business processes and used by organization units. For example, you can see here investment strategies. You see which of the applications are planned to be decommissioned, and to have something in order to discuss with the business on how the application landscape is going to be changed over the next periods and in years. as soon we have an idea on what's going to be changed, of course we need to go into a more detailed planning. Therefore, we might use, for example, the SAP Gantt chart. So again, we see the application we've seen in the previous IT services we've seen in the previous views, and now it's a time-related view. So for each of these applications, we need to define that it's going to be in production, and we define the decommission date. And here those views are not showing just the applications, but also the technologies the applications are running on. So at first glance, I can immediately see if there's a technology change or certain technology artifacts are not under support anymore, that we need to change the application as well, as we at least need to run some tests whether the new versions are supported by the applications as well. And of course, it's in more detailed planning as we directly define the decommission dates for the applications, and we define new applications being in place in order to support the business functions. Another example, just to get the overview of what we are discussing here. Here we find applications, interfaces between the applications. Of course, when we are changing one of these applications, we need to be aware what are the interfaces to other applications and what's the impact of the change. So at least we have to inform the application owners of those applications who have connections to our application here. And one. Last example could be if we are going to change technologies, so we can choose one of our existing technologies and then find out the impact of the technology change. So we immediately see that this case an IBM system here is related to partner system. Of course, could be multiple applications using a certain technology item or CI, and then going to change this CI applications and on top business processes, products might be related. So it's all about getting an overview of the architecture. And the main thing is that it's not starting from a blank sheet, but bringing the organization on a shared platform where everybody can contribute and find information on his specific needs. So that's the main idea. Of course, there are lots of further views, but I don't want to bore you with further details. It's just about having the idea of enterprise architecture management in place. I think one drawback is that just using a tool is not sensible. You need to have the processes in place and make sure that everybody is contributing. If this is not the case, you will suffer information leaks in the architecture. Nobody will trust the information, and then enterprise architecture management in terms of getting an overview, getting dots connected, might fail within the organization. So that's an important topic. Okay, I'm almost through my talk. Are there any questions? I think one point open is still how would SMEs use a kind of complex approach like we have here. I think that's something we could discuss if enterprise architecture management, this let's say mighty approach is sensible for SMEs, and if to what extent. So would you use the entire meter model? Should they reduce it, connect it to CMPs, whatever? Okay, any questions? Okay.
So it was a brilliant presentation. I really liked it. And I have a question. Do you have in your daily experience a few medium-sized enterprises far? And what were your experiences? We had a few experiences, especially if you have a stronger change, then it can make absolutely sense from my point of view how to think about it.
I think in terms of using a tool like ADOxx.org, it's in many cases that they won't afford different specialized tools like CMDB, repository for enterprise architecture, another repository for business process management. So usually they use or understand the concepts there, and then they go with a really reduced data model and try to cover everything in one tool. So it's the CMDB topics, also instances of servers on that, and some parts of the strategic architecture. We have some experience with small organizations, like, for example, the team Vienna, who already had an architecture repository in place, and they just wanted to get an overview, and what they initially had was lots of Excel spreadsheets, and they are no more interested in doing building up a tool, but instead using standard and just a quick overview. And I think, especially for small and medium, but also for the big companies, it's of great importance to at least have the catalog of these different items, like applications, and to define application service owners, which we see in many cases not in place. So it's not entirely clear which items are available, who's responsible within the organization. That's a first starting point to get into it, to understand that our servers, our IT data within the tool are important. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for this speech. We just saw that the business and IT perspective is very central for running the enterprise, and the linking between the business and IT services is a very important topic for digital transformation. I'm happy to introduce Professor Alexander Osman from Reutlingen University. He's the head of the Hermann Hollericht Center, and he will show us how can we align business and IT perspectives for the digital transformation. And he is professor of marketing at the Reutlingen University, and has a lot of experience in consulting company.
Yeah, thank you very much for this nice introduction, and also thank you for inviting me here to speak here at your conference. I'm from Reutlingen University, so if you don't know where Reutlingen is, it's quite close to Stuttgart, home of Mercedes-Benz and Porsche. And of course, these are important stakeholders also for our university. And as you mentioned it, a lot of business models turning at the moment. We're talking about connected car and the impact of IoT on automotive business. Therefore, of course, we are always talking with business executives, and on the other hand, we're also talking with IT executives. And from my experience, this is sometimes quite a major difference. If you talk with this guy, with the other guy, you mentioned in your presentation the different perspectives, and there was also a guy called enterprise architect who has the view over the whole model. I know I found some guys like this with this holistic view about everything happening in such a complex organization. Therefore, I would just like to give you some ideas. A lot of the ideas were also in the discussions and the presentations before. I also have a case study with me from not a small and medium enterprise, it's a large enterprise, but I think that we can learn something also when we think about what's happening in large enterprises, and probably think about how research can help small and medium enterprises in order to get the essentials out of these cases, and raise the question how we might probably then use some of these insights also for small and medium enterprises. So we are in the digital revolution, that's true. A lot of the former speakers, they mentioned it, and I think we are not in this revolutions till yesterday. This is a process which started a lot of years ago, let's say 20, 30 years ago, we started to use IT for business. But at the moment, I think when we talk about what's happening there in a lot of companies, then we get a report, oh, something is changing at the moment. It's a lot more dynamic in the digital transition. We have to think about our business models, about our products and services. And this is, of course, something which is quite new when we think about mobile, when we think about wearables. You see Google Glasses on the down right side of the slide. IoT technologies, they are transforming, of course, a lot of processes in a much more larger way than other potential IT technologies did this the last years ago. Yeah? So we have to think what will happen there. Will all the companies in the marketplace survive this transitions? If we think about, here's some expectations from Fortune. They said that Fortune 500 companies, they have had problems in period from 2000 and 2010, and we will see larger problems during the next year. So it's not only a question about new IT solutions, it's not only a question about enterprise architecture management. At the moment, I think it's for a lot of companies a question of their new business model of their future, and if they will have a new business model for the future dealing with digital technologies. So we also have to think about strategic capabilities. What capabilities are important for companies in this transformation? You've had here a program dealing with training with small and medium enterprises. I think also the large companies, they need some training, because we have discussions with companies like Siemens or also Daimler and ask them, oh, let me take a look at your educational program, how you're dealing with digital transformation, and said, oh gosh, we have not a single program here, not a single training for our executives dealing with all this digital stuff here. So as you see, also the large companies, they still have a problem at the moment to get these things which happening there outside into their own models. And of course, this is also true for small and medium enterprises. When we take at models, for instance, is the MIT capability model from Westerman and others, they reported that it's, of course, about digital capabilities. So we have to learn about social media, Web 2.0, probably IoT, cloud computing, enterprise architecture management. So a lot of rational competencies you have to know. On the other hand, it's all about leadership. It's about how to implement these new technologies in your organization. This is, from my perspective, really a serious problem at the moment. That a lot of companies, they have a governance problem, they have a problem with implementation, they have a problem of getting transparency into their whole structures, and they raise the question, how should we bring this into an integrated strategy for our business and for our IT in future? This is, of course, something where frameworks, also IT solutions, methods, might give a hand, might help in order to get all the things structured on my way in the digital transition. MIT did also informed us that digital masters, so digital masters are the companies in this area where they have a higher level of digital capabilities, a higher level of leadership capabilities in their report, that still today, these companies are more successful when we think about revenue generation, profitability. This is really a nice piece of research when you have to talk with CEOs and talk with them about business cases and whether it's sensible to invest in new technologies and digital capabilities. You should just give them some insights about this research and report that, of course, it's necessary to invest in these capabilities in order to be successful in the future. This is an extended capability model we developed in Reutlingen, where we just expanded this more easy model with 2 dimensions into 8 dimensions. And from our point of view, it's at the moment necessary to think about strategy, your strategic model for the future. We talked about Uber, for instance, and the changes we have there in the taxi market. On the other hand, we're talking about strategies, business strategies at the moment with other companies, automotive sector, manufacturing, and so on. It's a question of leadership, how to implement it, question how your products and services will change in future, of course, also operations. It's a question of culture, because of course, at the moment, we have also cultural change conducted, enabled by digital technologies. When you think about the transparency in organizations, dynamic, real-time decisions, we have to be quite fast at the moment. This is, of course, not only a shift in our IT strategies, it's more or less a cultural shift. Because business executives, they report to the IT departments, I have to have quick decisions, I have to have a quick setup for new business models. And what are the IT executives reporting at the moment? We have to bring in our enterprise architecture. We don't know at the moment if it's possible. Cloud computing is not safe and so on. So you see that there is a cultural conflict, and it's in many cases a conflict which has to do something with the rules and the processes where executives worked in during the past. Of course, people, do they have the right expertise? Are there learning modules in place, governance, and only one dimension of ADOxx from our point of view, the technology use. On the other hand, digital technologies are still emerging. So at the moment, we have not a fixed view, and we can now think about, okay, let's make something like a strategy project, and we want to fix everything and think about potential goals and the right strategy. Everything is fluent, and of course, this will also lead to a new culture of innovation. We talked about, somebody mentioned the release cycles of Facebook. I don't know who it was. You can also think about Google and how fast Google is exploring new business models, how they're testing these models, and sometimes they're just throwing their models away and they're actually testing new models. And this is, of course, completely a difficult dynamic in testing, improving things compared to what traditional companies do. When I take a look at the several points, then of course we have at the moment a situation where we think about alignment. We have to align this, let's say, more technology-based perspectives. Web 1.0, Web 2.0, social media, the possibility of users to create content on the internet, the mobile revolution. Nearly everybody of us is using mobile devices at the moment. And then, of course, what is emerging heavily at the moment is Internet of Things, the situation where also things and services are able to communicate with each other, and this, of course, creates new possibilities, new capabilities for companies. And I have one case study with me later where I can show how this is changing business possibilities also for traditional companies. On the other hand, we have the business and IT dimension where it's necessary to align management perspectives, IT perspectives. We've also mentioned this. We try to integrate this in complex frameworks, where we try to get an impression about the business services, the products, and on the other hand, we think about all our IT facilities, which are potentially helping us in delivering these services and these products to our customers, helping our employees to communicate and cooperate with each other. One interesting dimension is, of course, also the business model. So the question, how are we creating value for our company? Business models are often aligned with models for customer value, how we are creating value for our customer, how can we do this in future, and this will, of course, create large transformations for a lot of companies, because a lot of technologies at the moment, they're dealing with customer experience, they're dealing with potential new ways of creating value for customers. If you think about Uber, for instance, you mentioned it, it's of course also an innovation when you think about operation and internal processes, but in the end, it's more or less customer-based innovation, and it's delivering unique value for customers, and therefore there is a market for such a service. In a lot of companies, not in Germany, but in a lot of companies, yeah, there is a market for this model. In Germany, they have some problems with the government. So there's a strong lobby of taxi drivers, and it's not so easy for you to create a market share here. But yeah, I mean, this is also then a discussion we have to discuss this also in our society, and also during governmental approaches, how to deal with such newcomers and how to deal with other innovations. When you think about autonomous driving, for instance, in the connected car industry, it's the same problem. We have a large car industry in Germany, but I think we have now for 3 or 4 months the first highway in Germany where it's allowed to test autonomous driving. And all the years before, they tested this in California and China. This is, of course, also something which has to do with how the large economies will be able to use innovation for growth in the future. So this is our challenge when we talk about alignment, or I also like the term integration. You managed the term business and IT integration. Perhaps that's a better term, because if you take a look at the new business models, then in fact it's not alignment, it's not separated like this, it's more integrated into one single model, and this is something probably we will see in multiple cases, also in the case of, for example, later in my presentation, where really IT and business perspectives merged into one unit, and you cannot talk about the IT guys and the business guys, they are more or less integrated in one organizational unit, and this is probably also something which might be a competitive advantage for small and medium enterprises, because all things we've seen with enterprise architecture management, different organizational units, that's of course stuff for complex organizations where we have this complex departments, complex business models, and so on. Probably for small and medium enterprises, easier to integrate in the future. So I will now some slides about different technologies. Probably we don't have to talk about the slides so long, but even when you think about this quite simple technology, Web 1.0, this is still not full in place in a lot of companies. We think about simple websites and how customers interacting with companies on websites, usability, user tracking, real-time optimization. When you think about ads, ad management on simple desktops, or just simple software solutions for collaboration and communication, and questions why are people using these possibilities on their desktop. So still there are a lot of open questions when we think about this first step in the digital transformation. On the other hand, we have new technologies emerging, Web 2.0, social media, so people are now able to create and share content very easily distributed. We have all things then aligned with mobile revolutions, that you're not addicted to just one desktop. You have multiple devices, mobile devices, very important. You have new possibilities for applications, new possibilities with geolocations, and so on. So this is something which is still not implemented in a lot of organizations. And then we have things like Internet of Things, smart data during the last years, where, of course, a lot of companies now thinking about making their products intelligent. We've had it before, giving each product an IP address connected to the internet, use the data from the machine or from the product, and think about how this massive amount of data, I mentioned big data before, will probably create new possibilities for my business. And this is, of course, at this point of view, or probably at this point, or at this point of view, it's not only a discussion we have in the IT department, because the more we are accelerating the possibilities of IT, the more it is also interesting for business executives and for our core business model. So, and then we will just see that there are some problems at the moment when we think about this linkage between business with IT. Business is, of course, looking for agile solutions. IT is more or less focusing on standardization and consolidation. It's always funny when you have a meeting. Sometimes business executives come to us and report, hey, I have a meeting with my IT guy, can you help me? Because it's really difficult for me to understand what to say. Yeah? Can you help us with moderation or something like this? And sometimes when you have such a meeting in large organizations, you really think there are two people talking from different planets, because they're really not sharing the same language, yeah? And they also don't have the same culture, because in the business department, of course, if there is a business possibility, you need just a solution for this situation. Probably have your specific view and special solution, and you're not so interested in the whole legacy of IT and existing systems and if it's compliant and so on. Yeah, so this is really a problem at the moment that these two areas are quite separate and develop a common language. So IT legacy is decelerating first adoption to digital transformation. I think this is quite common view in a lot of large organizations, and we see what's happening at the moment, for instance, at companies like Audi. They're just concentrating their whole business IT in a new IT department. So they're just saying to the IT guys, you can make your enterprise architecture, you can plan your IT like you did it before, but everything which has to do with new business will be done in the new department, in the outside department, with a new IT, you know, and not with you guys, because you have always tried to talk about the legacy and so on, you're just slow. And this is really interesting because this, of course, will not lead to the integrated picture we had before, where we had this nice puzzle and all the pieces of the puzzles are integrated. This will probably then create some interesting implications for enterprise architecture strategies, because when we really think about the implications of this model, we will probably come to two-speed architecture or four-speed architecture, different patterns of architectures at the same time, with the question how you might integrate these perspectives in one single model. So this is also an implication for IT, or we will find in future a model where we can just integrate all these different kinds of speed and architecture again in a single approach. But my personal recommendation is more or less that we will come back to a system where we have different models within one organization and not a one-fit-all IT for everything. Business units establish own IT resources. That's what I've just mentioned before. So we see that at the moment, business units, they're really investing in business IT, they're investing in resources. So they just come to us as a university and said, I need 10 software developers for sales department, for marketing department. Yeah. And then we talk with the CIO, have you heard, your marketing executives, they need 10 students. I'm like, what? This is really creating, of course, a lot of conflict at the moment. Yeah. IT is available out of the box. This is also something interesting. So the business view at the moment is everything is quite easy. I get a CRM system out of the box. I don't need this IT guys. This is, of course, also a little bit dangerous, because of course you can get something out of the box. You can get very good IT solutions at the moment with a high level of standardization. But on the other hand, later on, perhaps 1 year later, you will think about how we can get this data out of this systems and that system. Yeah? And then for IT architect tells it's just not possible, because they have no interface. It's not possible to share data between all the different silos we created in the past. Yeah? Business units have still not developed a clear integrated strategy for the digital transition. This is also something which comes in place. That, of course, at the moment we are in a situation where we really have a trial and error mode. We test something, we're not sure about what is really working. We just made an analysis for Daimler half a year ago, and just counted their digital initiatives. And they come up with the number of 834 different digital initiatives in their whole company. So, of course, they are knowing what they're doing in the one end company, and they cannot compare it with the things they're doing on the other end. Silo thinking leads to multiple dynamic IT requirements. I'm always just have to smile a little bit when I see this large enterprise architecture models, and we have the topic of the requirement in the middle. And we are working at the moment still in a mode where we think that everything is quite fixed and quite stable, and we have stable requirements, and we can just have this process through the whole enterprise architecture. Sometimes we have change management, sometimes continuous improvement. But I think this is probably true. This is still true for a lot of processes, for a lot of business models. But on the other hand, we have a new reality where we have to be more dynamic, more flexible, more innovative. And therefore, we have to develop something which creates more speed on the other hand and more possibilities to experiment. So what can we do to drive business and IT relationships? Of course, projects like these extend IT expertise. I think true for SMEs, but also true for large companies. It's still necessary to develop expertise not only in the IT department, because also the IT department, they're really struggling at the moment about all of this dynamic with IoT and cloud computing and so on. So they have problems into their own home domain. On the other hand, we have these business guys talking about digital revolution in marketing and sales. And of course, they're also questioning, can you explain me how this and that works? Can we implement something like this? So expertise is still a good thing. And on the other hand, we have to improve communication. So frameworks like framework developed here, we developed in the project here is, of course, something which is helpful to define what are we talking about, what does it mean, make it a little bit more simple, develop a common language between business and IT executives. Integrate digital strategies, develop governance is, of course, something which is important. That's currently something we're doing for Daimler in a project, to think about how is it possible to get an overview about all the different initiatives, to monitor what's happening here, to share know-how we've just get out of this project and give this know-how to other potential projects. And think in business models, I think we have to come from the business model. This is something I'm sometimes missing when I talk with CIOs or IT departments, that they're just thinking about their enterprise architecture and about their IT strategy. But they also have to think about how the business model of the whole company is transforming, what this might also then mean for my enterprise architecture, for the IT solutions I'm running at the moment. So business model perspectives need to be integrated in the dialogue in future. Use frameworks to standardize, I've already mentioned this. Explore service-oriented IT, of course, a new style of IT is emerging, not in the moment, also during the last 10 years. We talked about service-oriented architectures also 10 years ago or something like this, but this is a specific type of IT. We have to explore more of this and to get in a more flexible mode of ITs, and also then allow this two-speed architecture with a legacy and stable infrastructure on the one hand, but on the other hand, thinking about fast solutions, probably test these fast solutions, and at the moment we're in a situation where we sometimes can test it in a quite cheap way, find out whether it helps, and how we might then integrate these new innovations into our existing IT framework. This is a case study we've done recently with SBB. SBB is a Swiss provider for railway solutions. So we want to travel from Zurich to St. Gallen via railway, then actually you're doing it with SBB because it's at least in the private sector monopoly at the moment. It's not a monopoly in the business sector, but in the private sector. They're running the whole network on their own, and they thought, of course, about a new business concept, how digitalization is probably changing our environment, and their strategy, of course, was from a business objective to expand the number of passengers, get more passengers into the train, optimize railway networks, because railway network is a limited resource. This government is not willing to invest in new connections, therefore you have to use existing networks. But you want to increase, of course, productivity. That means it's probably necessary to bring more trains within the same network with more passengers. That's, of course, the business thinking behind it. And the question was here if digital solutions might help in such a situation. And this is something we sometimes also recommend to other businesses, just to think about current business models, the main ideas behind the business model, the main probably objectives for further development, and then the question, how might IT help in such a situation? So of course, the idea was probably we can use data to visualize what's happening in our network, trades, how fast the trains are driving, how many trains on the same rail track, how many trains in the stations, how many passengers in each train, and so on. So there are a lot of issues in a railway network which you can monitor and bring in a data solution. So it's necessary to develop strategies to optimize network usage, probably save energy, avoid delays, because delays, of course, something which are really difficult, because delays will decrease customer satisfaction. If there's a delay, you also have the problem that other trains cannot use this part of the network, and so on. So they developed a project and they called it Railway Control System, and asked IT partners, external solution providers, I think H&P was also part of this network, how we might solve this with a big data solution. I just integrated this, yeah, and how great it is, but we only saw a few examples for big data solutions where we can observe what's happening here. The result of this project, I will just talk in the next slide about the IT part of the solution, only with one more slide. But the results to date is 1.7 million minutes delay time saved to date. So in the whole project duration, which is now about 1.5 years, saved 1.7 million minutes delays, save energy because they don't need so much energy for speed up of the trains or for the brake, because you can better plan how long the train is able to drive. This has something to do with so-called predictive analytics, because you can predict how long this train can drive with its current speed, when it has to stop, how much energy it needs for the brakes, how much energy it needs to speed up later, and so on. And the IT concept was, of course, completely new. So this is what I've mentioned before, two-speed architecture. They not integrated, a large number of the internal IT guys just talked with an external network with some IT executives from inside. Installed large sensor networks in trains and other devices. Connected this to a central data platform with hotspots, the stations or SIM cards in the train in order to transport this kind of data from the multiple devices to a central data platform. Hosted it in a private cloud solution, so we have the topic of cloud computing also inside the solution. Integrated this into a new kind of architecture specific for the single project. They applied data analytics, developed recommendations for algorithms in order to predict how strong the trains have to speed up, when they have to brake. On the other hand, when there's an issue of delay, so as we call it, actually complex event processing. Think about potential events and how important are they for the whole network. And they also conducted some semi-automated execution of patterns. And therefore, in this area, we of course then in a situation where we're talking about security, because when you sit in the train in Switzerland, then of course you hope that the conductor is driving the train, and not a semi-automated data system dealing with sensor networks. This is in fact here also only the case when we talk about potential problems. And all the conductors have mobile devices and they get whole data in the trains. But what we see in future is, of course, that we will get a higher level of automation in this area, where it's probably possible to let the trains drive without a conductor, probably in the future. So you have this slide also in your set, therefore I will not just think about it. But what we see is, of course, that we will create more and more data out of such solutions. And just my last slide, because I asked them also during this report we conducted during the last half year, what IT executives think, what is the most important resource they have to invest in order to get such solutions in place faster and in an easier way. And they reported to us that the most important thing for them is internal training. And I think it was a good last slide because it is related to the project here and to really the essential need for training in this area, for developing competencies in the area of digital strategies. And you see here, absolute frequency was 73%, so 3/4 of the whole sample just reported that this is really an important issue we have to invest in future. Other issues are also important, software, hardware, and so on, consultancy, but far the most important thing was getting our own employees fit and trained for future. But just to mention, because we have also had small and medium enterprises in this sample, and they reported this with a more higher frequency. So especially in small and medium enterprises, I think we still have a large gap, a know-how gap, to really think about what's happening there in so-called digital transformation, a large buzzword, but it's very difficult, especially for companies with a lower level of specialization, to get a hand on this issue and think about how this trend might impact their business. But need for speed, of course, will continue. This means also small and medium enterprises will need to speed up and to get such solutions in place. Therefore, we think that firms will invest heavily in further development of these digital capabilities I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. We also will see a large war for talents. We have it at the moment in Germany. And I had a talk with a colleague here from Slovakia, and he says that we have the war for talents also there, which just means that we have in our center every week companies coming to us and said, oh, we have 70 software developers, I need just 20 guys which are fit in IoT strategies and so on. I said, yeah, I have 1 or 2, but not 70, 80 or 100 in a week. Yeah? And this will, of course, also lead to, I think, European or also global strategies, new forms of cooperation in offshoring, outsourcing strategies. So this will be really interesting because from my point of view, the war for talents is just beginning at the moment. It's not something happening in the past. It will speed up during the next years because more and more companies requesting IT resources from the labor market. Firms need to focus on the development of internal competencies. They realized this. They start to think about conceptual training programs, internal training programs for all these issues. This is also happening, already happening in large enterprises, and I think small and medium enterprises will follow, and therefore, of course, professional education is really also an important issue in the digital transformation process. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Osman, for this impressive speech. I think we have a lot of topics to discuss, and our next point will be the panel discussion back for digital transformation. And I think there's a little break. We'll break 25 minutes here, so that we have the opportunity to be fresh here and for the new ideas we will discuss in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Genau. Ja. Ja, die Telekom zum Thema haben natürlich Studien in meisten Themen. Ich auch gerade die Big Data, die Zweiteilung ist auch ein Systemstudien. Ja, auch Beispiele. Bilder, die quasi gekauft sind. Aber zu verstehen ist natürlich. Ist auch wichtig. Ja, wir haben mal in der Schweiz Ein wichtiger Markt sind natürlich die Studierenden, die was studiert haben. Auch ein Markt sind Unternehmen, die quasi gerne hätten. Und es geht schon auch von der Angestellten dann auch in die Hochschule kommt. Man kommt über Weiterbildung. Man kann von Leuten ein Potenzial haben, aber auch gerne zum ersten Mal weiterbilden. Oh, der Kollege hat gerade gemeint, der gut mit Kaffee zu mischen.
Difficult to put in the same denominator and
it's mostly based on perception. Because they take the primary role in this.
Project management is from Germany, so therefore you are very complicated. You would be
But they are actually
Then we will start to have a discussion. So, hello to everybody. The last point of today's panel discussion about digital transformation and the consequences of vocational training in SMEs. And I want to start with a short introduction of the people who are here on the panel. That's the first, André Steiner. He's the CEO of ADOxx, which is itself an SME, the software development area, the solution area. Then we have Dr. Klaus Hoffmann, who presented today. He's a specialist in change management and also the CEO. And we have Alexander Rossmann, who's a colleague of mine at Hermann Horowitz Research Center, professor of marketing, just presented. And then we have Alexander Ivanov. He's a senior account manager of HP Bulgaria. And on the left, we have Elena Miron. She's a senior researcher and project manager in research, and she's working in the Faculty of Computer Science at Vienna University, the research group of Professor Karagiannis. And I want to start first with the question, and I will ask this question to Alexander because it was really a bit straight in that direction. Alexander Ivanov, I have to make this distinction. That's right. So Alexander, you really mentioned that that there are also chances in this digital transformation for SMEs because they are a bit more agile, or what was the background of the straight statement that you say, okay, do you remember what you have wrote me? Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just do the statement by yourself. I think it was very strong.
So I cover part of this in the presentation in HP, for the HP model, how we see the operation model for the future. But for me, the small and medium companies actually have now is their time, because we see companies, and I think this is covered also in your presentation. So we have small companies which were never seen before. I mean, raising quickly, being in Fortune 1000 companies, in some of them just in few months. And we see a lot of chances exactly for small and medium companies because they are more flexible in terms of changes. They don't have this the whole administrative overhead that we see in big companies. So I think that for small medium companies they have really big chance to move some of the big players out of the game in the next few years.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre. From your opinion, there can be also, on the other hand, a few challenges in this. You said not every SME will probably behave like that, and that there are also a lot of SMEs with older people you mentioned, probably not able to go into. So what is your experience in that direction?
I mean, from the business side, the experience is quite good, but from the private side, like for example, the people that I have next to me, my father or Percy, sometimes they're getting pretty tough with the digitalization, with the new media and everything. And I think this is a quite important target group, because if you imagine you have 50-year-old people who still have to be able to work for the next 15 years, but they're refusing to use new technologies, they're getting it, or will have it really tough on the employer market. So there's the right target group for further education, because they really have to catch on this train and develop also in this new fields of technology.
Klaus, do you see also there a bit a challenge?
Yes, of course. I think the older the employees, we need to qualify them. We have to deal with their emotions again. I think it's a business, and I think they have to be open just to think about how does the digital workplace change for me, because we are all dealing with a lot of applications and things, and I think we have to focus on the benefits. How can we use them efficiently? And I know it's difficult if you look to Windows 10. It's still very difficult to use it. It's not so easy just to switch on and work with it. So technology doesn't get very easy, and I think there's a lot to do about how can we make technology easier for older people as well, just that they can come with us to the digital age.
Okay. So I was thinking a bit about me, because I will get 50 this year, and I was also a bit annoyed about Windows 10, so I got a bit self-reflect by your words. So Alex Rosman, what other challenges do you see? regarding the digital transformation for SMEs.
Perhaps one just add now to the question with the other people. I mean, when you take a look at demographical facts in the adoption of social media, at the moment, the 50+ generation is the fastest growing subgroup in social media with the largest amount of money spending on Amazon and so on. So I think if you give them a sense to use these technologies, then sometimes they're really good in adopting it. So we have to make a difference between different, let's say, subgroups in the different age groups. And there, I think there will also be some guys like you which are able to implement something like this 50+. Yes. On the other hand, of course, there are challenges for SMEs, especially if they are not pure digital players. I mean, it's a difference if you are entering the field as a pure digital player, let's say from university, like all the stuff we have in Silicon Valley and so on, compared to what we have in European industries. We don't have Silicon Valley in Europe, but we don't have such a large dynamic for entrepreneurs. So of course, political stakeholders, they try to push this a little bit, but if you take a look at the figures and compare Silicon Valley to large areas in Europe where we have a lot of corporate founding initiatives, then it's still very small. And therefore, we have to think about the traditional SMEs from traditional businesses, traditional industries, and I think their main issue at the moment is really to develop strong expertise in technology, because when you take a look at a model from MIT, we have these 2 dimensions, technology on the one dimension and leadership on the other dimension. I don't think that SMEs have a leadership problem or a problem to develop strong governance for silos and so on. This is not a problem in SMEs. SME problem is really the question how it's possible to develop quite fast, a high level of expertise in the technology area, and then link these technologies to their existing business models.
Okay, but to go into business models, you probably also new modeling approaches. So Elena, you are working since years in the area of modeling, doing research there. Do you think that there is also a kind of transformation going on in modeling approaches? Do they get a bit more complex than things we know in the past, business process modeling or whatever?
I think we are in a transition phase, whereas we will have a different kind of modeling, because we all think in the patterns we know business processes, we know enterprise architecture, we know these kinds of things. I think at some point we will have a disruptive innovation where modeling will be differently, because you will have modeling with robotics, you have artificial intelligence, you have self-creating models, which is nothing which we have yet. We have somebody who is creating a model and then implementing it by human beings or by IT. I think this will change. We will have modeling platforms which will be way more dynamic than what we know now. And I think therefore you will have to have a way more flexible IT, both on the infrastructure and on the application side, in order to be able to service the new business models and also to work in the modeling part with different context.
So, Andre, how is modeling today distributed in your business? Do your customer come sometimes with models to you? Or is it all the time a question of classical requirements engineering you do?
There are models as well as classical engineering. As well as there are customers which absolutely have no clue what they really want. Okay. They only knew what their software would be able to do. Yeah. But there's absolutely no idea how to achieve it. On the other hand, I mean, sometimes we get some data from the customers. On the other hand, we have to go for the very first data by our own. So it really depends on the customer and his own process.
Can you imagine that the future will go a bit stronger in the area of kind of model-driven architecture approach? Or in the area that customer will come probably in 10 years' time with their business architecture? Would this make life easier for you?
Definitely could, but it's the ideal point of view. Okay. I think it really depends on the customer, because if you have a customer who is a multinational company, of course he has plans, he has models,
On the other hand, if your customer is like a startup or a real small SME who is really agile and is changing these ideas from one week to another, so you have to be capable to fulfill this need. So it is really a different kind of approaches, and I wouldn't say the one or the other is the best one. So process is pros and cons.
And Alexander, how is it, Ivanov, how is it in your company? You're a bit working for a bigger provider. Is it that different with the customers?
It's pretty similar. We have also different customers with different needs. But as our CEO used to mention, at this moment, enterprise is moving to the speed of consumer. So indeed, we have different solutions, different models based on customer demands, also industry-based, and it's more, how to say, customized based on the. So to qualify, so from one side we have models which are, they are sold to all the customers, which are our own models, actually, but and this is normally less expensive part, but there are also customized solutions which are more expensive, but they are exactly for specific needs of the customer. So we have both situations.
Both situations. And if you would have, for example, $5 million to give it as a gift to a customer, that he can train himself in all the things which are important, what kind of training content will be favorized by you? The customer should bring with on competencies?
It will be definitely, from one side, ITSM processes. So, I mean, the processes that they need to implement, they should understand it. And from other side are also the mega trends or the possibilities for data take from companies like ours in terms of services and technologies. But the processes are really important.
Okay. So the understanding for the business processes and the models.
Yes.
Okay. So Anna?
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Just one thing, I think in the digital age, when you have products which are now opening and becoming platforms, because that's basically what happens to the phone, to the smartphone, to the car, to the car which is becoming a platform for services. I think sometimes people just don't know the service. I think we all assume that people know the digital service. I think we might need an evolutionary approach so that they know what their key competencies are.
Okay.
We try to find an evolutionary model. What is a digital maturity and how do we go by it stepwise? I don't think we know the answer from the beginning. I think it will be a search and finding process, a development process. Also, because it's a development process for the big companies, it will be the same for SMEs.
There is no single model what's that's clear.
So Alexander Grossman, how do you think can such a process be guided?
I think that it's really difficult to establish communication platforms, to think about potential technology services learning from others. So that's what's happening indeed during the last years, that all companies, also the SMEs, they're investing in talking with each other, talking with the universities, and I think the internet gives us, of course, a huge opportunity to get global experiences, also think about the experiences of SMEs in other parts of the world. So this is where digitalization starts. Of course, SMEs need to also use digital technologies in order to establish communities, establish dialogue. That's also what we have here in such a program, and therefore I think that it's really important to talk with others and to test and share experiences, because it's true that we are not knowing at the moment what works and what doesn't work, but on the other hand, a lot of companies are afraid of testing. They're afraid of testing something, and this is really a large problem, because one opportunity of digitalization is that testing is not so expensive compared to the old physical world, where it was really difficult to produce, let's say, a physical entity or something like this. And I think
in the digital age, it's easier to test something, make experiments, and just get experience, share with others. And our job is to provide efficient platforms to support this dialogue.
Okay. Then, Klaus, if you heard this, case to the point that probably learning on the job is getting more and more important, as well as communication about these things in communities. How did you make experiences in change management about the necessity of communication and also collaboration with the involved groups?
I think communication is in every change process key. I think we need to have an experience exchange, a dialogue between the responsible persons and the employees, how things are going on. I think it's important to have a clear vision where you want to go, and I think it's very, very difficult in the digital age to develop this clear vision, because it's a creative process, and I think it's more, you're working more with design thinking tools and in prototyping, and have maybe more flexible requirements that are changing. So you need a clear vision just to have success and to break it down to the people that are involved in the projects. And I think the momentum for every project is the communication and to measure the success of the project, where are we standing, so that you can have a clear discussion about the way you're going. So I think it's always very simple. You have to talk with each other so that you can find out is it the right way to go.
So Elena, from the view of the learning process itself, do you think that also the educational forms, the learning forms of the future will be more digitalized, be different than we have it today? Or what kind of experience did you make with, or in InnoTrain IT, about opportunities and also probably barriers of electronic education systems?
I think the technology needs to evolve more towards a tutoring system, which means in InnoTrain IT we had defined a process. It would be good that you follow a specific learning path if you are interested in IT service management. I think the technology needs to evolve in that direction, that you have a specific starting point in your learning process, and that the system gathers automatically your performance data and puts together learning content dynamically, so as to guide you in the best possible way. Because what we had, InnoTrain was a project we did 3 years ago. We have one path. You can, of course, decide to go in on level 3 or on level 5 or on level 7, but you have no idea if it's the right level for you. And I think at the moment it would be good if technology, and I think this applies for formal education and on the job training, if you have a pool of learning items and you start with a competence assessment, and then this learning process progresses as you progress with your knowledge, with your speed, and with things like that. I think that's very important, because I think then you have a completely other acceptance. That's something which you naturally and inherently see as valuable for you, because you understand the value of it.
I found it quite funny that the whole learning industry is thinking that it's not a subject of digital transformation. All the universities, you just discussed the issue of digitalization. Everybody is reporting that it's not another issue for us. This face-to-face courses and so on all the time. I mean, you can see some major some interesting approaches in the States. Take a look at the United States with platforms like ITSM4SME or something like this, where there are new universities dealing only with digital channels with millions of users in their courses. That's of course the case in the States, because education is really expensive there. In Europe, education is cheap. Therefore, it's probably in the direction where we see that education is a core driver of the wealth of nations, which is I think, quite true. I mean, a lot of studies just showed up that education is really a core driver for the wealth of nations, and just can accept that, of course, this resource is not for free. We have to think about efficiency, yeah, and then when it comes to new approaches and new investments, also in new digital technologies in the education area, and I think we will see this during the next 5 years, also here in Europe.
Yeah, I've got a question in regards to your previous presentation. You mentioned that there are two-speed IT, right? Services. What I wonder is the team that is now providing is actually delivering key operational services, right? Was it given them opportunity to develop? They had to give them time to, let's say, experiment, to innovate, and merge or move to the other groups, or are they just treated as key operational stuff that would be thrown away after new IT will be established? So there is no transition, just, there are companies are willing to invest into new equipment and new stuff, but throw away the old one. So how the innovation
case studies, and we made 10 to 15 case studies in the area of big data, and talked with companies how they implemented this strategies, and in all the case studies it was this two-speed architecture approach that they just reported that they developed this big data solution from scratch with internal experts, but also externals, with a lot of resources, and with a strong defined business case for this implementation. There was also a strong business case behind that. Later on, all the companies figured out that, of course, such a strategy creates challenges in terms of integrating the system into your core IT. If you think at SBB, for instance, at the moment they try to link this network system for the railway network with customer relationship management databases, or they try to link it with payment services and so on. So if you try to expand such silo solutions then later on to your core IT, then of course you have to think if it's possible to integrate, and you should think about this question of integration at the beginning of your new project and not at the end. And this is of course something which is really interesting, how this dynamic between slow speed IT and fast speed IT will evolve during the next years, how it's possible to link such projects or later on integrate them into your core IT system. I think there is no one-fit solution for this question at the moment.
Okay, you realize we just start with questions from the audiences to the people on the panel. Do everybody else have a question to one of the colleagues here?
I have a question for the last discussion that we had on training and education. Yeah, I have the feeling that training and education also, as it is promoted through lifelong learning and through the European Commission things, seems to be really structured. It's a structured way of learning and training in our heads. That is something that I think that has some background that gets from university or school systems, that we have like the curriculum that we follow. I'm wondering, when does learning end and work start? Or isn't there a border in there? Don't I learn every day I come here? And shouldn't we be very more flexible in thinking on how I learn and how things evolve? And are there any opinions or any ways that you can actually see from a research perspective, also from a practical perspective?
Ms. Monet, that would be probably also a question. I think it's very interesting to hear from your experience about this question. What do you mean?
Yes, this is it's a problem in Germany. It's a problem.
Only in Germany? Or?
Sorry. I think we are very structured.
Okay.
In Germany, and we have without what is the name? Without exams, and to show exactly what I can. It's not enough transparency. The transparency is not on the market, and you have very strict education ways. This is the same in France, but I think there are some other countries which are more flexible, and I think they will have more the possibility to have a look on some IT specialists or people who are learning like you every day on the, I don't know why, how, and they will be perhaps the very demanded crafts in the future, because we are not in the structures. It's very good.
Yeah, we're not further in the structure room.
But just to learn in the structures, it's not quick enough. You must have the flexibility. I think it's one very big point to be flexible, to learn to be flexible. But all the rest, it's not quick enough. So we will have new forms, I think, of learning in one time. But in a long time, I think. Because we said 20 years ago, I was in the IT branch, and we said already at that time, yes, from America and in Germany, we will have e-learning and so on. Exactly what you said, which is very beautiful, but it didn't come because the people didn't accept it. And I think this is the problem. We have a certain culture, and we are not ready, I think, in the culture to deal with all these new things. And I think we have to learn it.
So if the
Right, maybe follow up. What I have in my mind is that I said, like, continuous to learn. It's like when I work in this company, and that, like, as when you do web development, for example, every day you have some new technology that comes up. I think like the university can follow up that quickly and to teach me all of those kind of things. So what I have in mind is that I have competence on one hand and I have evidence on the other one, right? And I prove through evidence that I have reached a certain competence level on a certain domain. And I don't think that the evidence must essentially come from exams or trainings I take part, but I collect somewhere else these evidence. And that's why I'm confused when I say, I think the universities and all those education institutes, it's fine to have a structure. Of course, the mass education parts that the university have a strict structure, that's fine. But how do we handle all those things that happen internally? I run an ITSM initiative in my company based on the results that Vienna gave me in Slovenia, and I evolve my knowledge on that. And I learn at the same time, so I do training at the same time. I'm just wondering what is the practical experiences from HP maybe and from.
I think my impression to the question of e-learning or digitalization in questions in the learning industries that we had no market 10 years ago. I think the market is changing at the moment because, as I mentioned during my presentation, we have every week we have a lot of companies questioning us if we have 100 software developers, 50 hardware specialists, 10 enterprise architectures, and so on. And it's simply not possible at the moment with existing systems to produce knowledge so fast and to produce expertise so fast. And therefore, I think we will come to this discussion how we might use then digital technologies to make this system better. Don't know how the final solution looks like. We'll see what will happen there. But I think there's a demand. And if you have a company like let's say Bosch or Festo in Germany, and they say, okay, I need a program 6 months. Yeah, you can take all the refugees we have here at the moment. Yeah, develop 200 of them, and we will give them a job as a software developer. I think they will be very motivated to take a look at the e-learning solutions and so on, because there's a market and there's a clear perspective, and there's no possibility because we don't have the resources and profs and so on to deal in such a situation with face-to-face training. But yeah, I mean, there are some ideas at the moment, but I think they will evolve during the next years because there is a market at the moment, and the market is growing, and the new generation, of course. So there are some factors which are really driving at the moment also educational systems into digital transformation.
I think also that here the business should help. Indeed, the universities are not able to catch up with the speed of technologies. they are changing resources in terms of people and money and all this stuff. So I know that there are some programs running in Germany as well in that direction. Also in Bulgaria, we are partnering with Sofia University, so we have a chance. We give a chance to the university to take our best certified trainers, which are doing internal trainings. They simply provide the same training in university. So from other side, the business, you have an option to have a first look on the talents in university. So this kind of partnership for me is needed in order for universities to catch up with the technologies. Because the business is doing that to survive. So they have these resources. They just need to share with
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Then I think I will come a bit to the end. So I want to hear from everybody standing here on the panel the conclusion of the things which have happened today, which are important for you. What should the visitors keep in mind when they leave BOC from the topic of digital transformation in SMEs? So I will start with Elena.
Because we are here and I'm working with the founder of this company, so I will go to modeling, so please bear with me. And I have a second statement, which is independent of modeling. The one is, if you expect to test more before you apply, because you need to be more flexible, then we are very happy. Both at the university and I think here at the company, but I'm speaking here for Wilfried, because that's what we do since 20 years now. It's 20 years this year. So we are thinking exactly about these kinds of environments, and you design your organization, you design your processes, you design your products, and then run into a simulator and look which option would you like to have. So for us, if we're going this way, then we are quite. I think is we tend to go towards technology can do, technology drives. I think this is true, but maybe we need to switch the discussion to human beings could do. Because I think there is no company, at least which I know now. I think there's a hotel in Japan which runs fully robotically since the 15th of May this year. But other than that, I don't know any organization who is not based on people. So maybe it's interesting to also switch the discussion and start with the humans and then explore the technology.
And still keep this perspective.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Alessandro?
I would say a few words in different direction. I really enjoy working with SMEs. I also learn a lot during my trainings and my sessions with SMEs in Bulgaria. I see different kinds of problems there and challenges, and they're actually using education, their own examples, try to build a model how they can succeed in this. And I think it was amazing experience.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, when we think about SMEs, then my impression is that it's quite difficult to catch SME with a large discussion about enterprise architecture management or other IT issues. I think probably a logic for communications with SMEs is more to come from a business model, because when you talk with a managing director or founder of the SME, then of course he's able to explain his idea for the business model and his industry or her industry and so on. So I think we have to change language and communications a little bit to business models, and then develop probably methods which help to think about more systematically how digital technologies might lead to new opportunities in various business models. And this may then lead later also to ideas dealing with enterprise architecture and so on, and IT questions, of course, when we come to implementation, when we come to pilots, testing, and so on. But I think if we want to get SMEs into the boat, and if we want to get motivated and talk with them, then we have to come more from a business perspective, from a business language. and have to translate this then later in IT.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, I think, as I said, we need the attention of the management. I think that's really important for the SMEs. If we don't have no support from the management level, it won't work, so we can't change anything. And I think change management is really important. Still, we have a discussion, it costs maybe money, and do we need maybe special workshops and such things, communication. Not every CEO says that's really necessary, but I think that's really, if we have a look to the studies for the success of the project, very important. We have to also change management that is more than project management. So working with people is key, and I think that's for the success very, very important. And the other thing is modeling. I think it's very important to create maybe a picture from reality. And I think modeling is not only for technologies. You can model maybe also learning processes, other services. You can even model customer behaviors. You can even model your personality, your brain. So this is maybe a technique we should have more focus on. We can use it for the value chains, and I think that's maybe in the future also very interesting for the projects.
Thank you very much.
Great, I think a lot was said, so to finish up with a short statement, like the company, especially SMEs, should be really aware that the digital transformation is coming, won't stop, and if they do not jump on the train, they won't be in business tomorrow with yesterday's technologies. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think as a conclusion, if we bring the things together, I think in future probably we have to have much more agile learning forms, learning on the job in companies, but also to be sure that the learning industry does the digital transformation by themselves in a way, going to the technologies, and that we surely need also other ways of communication between business and IT. And it will be a very interesting dimension to know what kind of models will be the right. We probably should also go a bit in the direction of simulation and testing, because that gives the kinds of evidence to the models and to the ideas we have. And therefore I think there are a lot of things to do in the future. And that's also a thing I want to address here at the end of the ITSM4SME session. Every partner sitting in this project did a statement that they want to go further with us in that direction, going towards these new methods and technologies, and also philosophies to enable the digital transformation in SMEs. And so I will say thank you very much for all the audiences, for the good discussions. And I think there's a lot of work left, and we won't start tomorrow to go on. Okay, thank you very much.
So, thank you also from our side. Project would like to thank all the external speakers today. We had quite an interesting conference, and therefore we have organized a little Sabbatorte, and
Original sound.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just come. Sorry.
So before everyone is going away, we organized some small snacks and also some glass of wine. Join our network.
Because very loud, there is network reception going on at the end of the floor. It was a bit out of the room now, everybody knows it, so no one wants to stay. Another minutes to have a chat with each other. Die wird die ganze Szene fliegen. Ja, das ist gut. Das ist